Hey there, everybody. Getting started here. If the camera looks a little bit different, I'm trying something else out. It's not quite as detailed, but you should still be able to see the cards pretty well. We'll try this out for this time, and then I can actually lower the brightness down a little bit. It seems like it's kind of high. Hi, Bittersweet. Hey, everybody. How are you doing? How was everyone's weekend? I'm going to change the color profile here, so give me just a second. And thank you for all this thumbs up. If you guys like and subscribe, I can do a card pull for you. But I'm going to change the color temperature here to match kind of what I'm thinking we could do. All right, let's see how that looks. Yeah, looks a little bit better. Give me just a second, you guys. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, I remember you. I do remember you. Okay, so can you guys see me all right on your end? Again, we're trying a new kind of camera. I'm hoping this makes it so there's no latency issues. But yeah, Liz is right on it. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to lower that screen down a little bit more. Okay, let's get started here. Perfect. Okay. So I'll move this over here. Let's do the dailies, and then we can jump to more personal readings. Does that sound okay, everybody? I mean, regardless, it's what we're going to do, but you know. So let me shuffle these cards here. And actually, I haven't lit our incense for the night. So give me just a second here. Where's the... hold on. Got to grab the lighter. I'm coming right back. Yep. Okay, everybody. Sorry about that. Hey, Molly, how you doing? Whew. Okay. All right, everybody, I am back. This time I'm ready for business here. And let's turn... I wonder if this is plugged in. Is this plugged in? Yeah, that hardly gives us anything. Thank you, Liz, for sharing those. And let me see. If I really brighten it, that actually seems to help. There we go. That's what I was looking for. A little more yellow. This camera uses a lot of blue, so I got to kind of counterbalance it. So let's get started here. Awesome. Let's do this. So we'll be doing April 27th through the 28th, which is my birthday, in case you all forgot. April 28th is, not the 20th. Anyway. So celebrating a little bit of the birthday week. I'm allowing myself to sleep a full 16 hours every day. until my birthday, which is, you know, I call it Garfielding. Thank you, Bittersweet. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Molly. Thank you, Liz. Everyone is being so kind. I really appreciate that. Everyone is being so nice. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Everybody is being very sweet. I really appreciate that. And let's do this. Hello, Dua. How are you doing? Happy birthday to you as well. Or, no, never mind. Happy birthday. Yeah, see, I've done that. I've done that so many times. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. When someone says happy birthday to me, I say and to you as well. And that's, I got like a 1 in 0.3% chance of getting that right. So it's not a hopeless case, but all right, let's do this here. Let's get a couple more shuffles going here. Hey, Steven, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in and checking it out. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's, yeah, the 28th. I will be 32. I never think of how old I am except when my birthday's coming up, so. All right, we got this one to shuffle, and then we can go on to the generals here. Oh, you're very sweet. You're very sweet. No, I am going to be 32. 32. It's not that old, but it feels kind of old. I'm not, I'm old enough to say whatever the youth is doing seems wrong, and so I know I'm getting older. Oh! Same age for a day. Well, that'll be good. "32 is the best age ever," and you thought I was much younger. Thank you. I appreciate that. It must be the camera. The camera does me justice. Let me put it that way. I hope 32 is the best age ever. I really am hoping. Okay, let's do this. So guys, pile 1, 2, or 3. You guys get to pick. And then we will start with Tuesday, and then we'll do Wednesday. So we're just doing two piles, or two pick a card readings here. Let's see what we got. 1, 2. Pile 1, okay. Okay. Oop, that went flinging. Okay, everyone's going for pile 1. All right, we can do that. Okay, let's do pile 1 here. Remember, you guys, liking and subscribing gets you a free card pull if you're new subscribers, and if not, it'll be just about $5 a question, which I feel like isn't too bad. We'll do 1 first. Everyone went with 1, and so I think that's what we'll do. Okay, so here's what we got for 1. We get Broken Heart. Okay, so this isn't the strongest start to the pile, but hopefully it gets better. We get Broken Heart, Appreciation. Okay, then we get Page of Cups. And then we get the Star card. Okay, so these cards right here, Broken Heart and Appreciation is someone breaking our trust, or someone that we thought was with us and kind of betrayed us. We could have that going on. We're still hopeful though, because the Star card right here, this is an Aquarius card. Okay, so there could be an Aquarius individual, and then Page of Cups, we could have a water sign individual as well. So you could have Pisces, Scorpio, or Cancer for this one right here. But the Aquarius card here, and holding on to hope. So this could be for Tuesday. This is kind of going through some heartbreak, going through a situation that could be a little more difficult for us to deal with. Hi, Kiru. How you doing? Hope everything's going well. I'm going to take a drink here. Oh, much better. So this first pile here, I'm doing great. Everything's going really well. My birthday's in 2 days. 2 days, yes. So I'm excited. I'm always a little nervous. I feel like around my birthday, energy comes in, you know, and I feel I'm either very excited or I'm very anxious. So I'm kind of in that middle realm where it's like, you know, Kiru, I think you understand that when it gets close to your birthday, at least for me, I get a little different. Thank you. I appreciate that. So the Page of Cups energy here with the Aquarius card, okay? We're looking at taking our emotional maturity to the next level. So that's what I see as being this. So we're looking at understanding something for what it is instead of what we want it to be. So if something happens in our lives that's heartbreaking, instead of trying to change the narrative into something better, we're allowing ourselves to feel exactly what's happened, and then we're allowing ourselves to deal with it in that way. Instead of trying to pervert it or turn it into something it's not, we're staying on the course and we're letting ourselves experience it for what it is, because that's when we're in the flow. When we're in the flow, we're allowing things to happen and we're adapting to them versus trying to fight against it. If you imagine life as a river, you can swim against the tide for a while, but eventually you're going to be carried downstream. And if we just go with the downstream kind of flow and we understand that there's twists and turns, it's a little easier for us to understand. Does that make sense, you guys? So let's put these over here. Let's put this one over here. Okay, so that's what I'm getting for Monday so far, or Tuesday so far. Okay. All right, our second pile for Tuesday. Envy right here. Deceit in reverse. The Death card. And then the Devil in reverse. So these two I feel like can actually, I mean, this is a lot of energy for Tuesday. This is a ton of energy. These major arcana here, the Devil and Death. So we have Death is, I believe Death is Scorpio. And the Devil card in reverse is Capricorn. So there's a lot of energy here. There could be someone coming in that's either a Capricorn or a Scorpio. But these two cards right here is saying there is a change. And again, it's possibly from an addiction, because the Devil usually represents addiction. It represents something going on, but we're breaking free from it. Okay, so we're breaking free from something we're addicted to. We're getting out of a situation. When I see Deceit in reverse, and then I see the Envy card here, I feel like we're envying people that have more of an honest life, or we're envying people that seem to emulate that kind of honesty. And we want to have that in ourselves. Envy isn't the way to go about it, but we can embody those traits. We can learn to be that way, right? And so this is something that we can focus on here. So we're coming out of a situation, again, this is for Tuesday, we're coming out of a situation that requires us to understand things at a deeper level. I feel like these are lessons we've learned before, but we're coming back around to them and we're learning them again a little bit deeper this time. It's kind of like, you know, you go to school, right? You have first grade, second grade, third grade. You usually always come back to the same lessons. Like in math, you don't just learn how to add stuff, right? You learn how to do different things later on. These lessons are the same way. We're coming back to it. We're older. We understand things from a newer perspective, at least new to us, and we're able to look at things in a different way. So hopefully that makes sense. This is going to be, and I feel like I heard it's going to be challenging for business or for businesses. So we could be having something where things are drastically changing in our industry, or businesses are starting to feel more, what's the word? A little more shaky. I feel like the foundation of businesses could be shaking too. So that's what I'm feeling here. But ultimately, this is a good transformation. There's nothing bad going on here. There's just allowing ourselves to flow. And you'll hear me say this is a good situation, even if it's not a lot of the time, because it's perception that makes it so, right? Usually bad things turn into lessons. We learn something, we understand something, or we get to see things in a new light, right? That's usually what I mean by that. So let's move on to this part here. Okay, let's do this. Let's get this going. Okay, we got this right here. I want to put that one. Okay, now we have pile 3 for Tuesday. Financial constraints in reverse. Patience. I'll hold it up a little bit further. Okay. 3 of Wands. And then we have 5 of Wands in reverse. Okay. So 5 of Wands in reverse, this isn't necessarily a playful kind of competition. There could be competition in our field, whatever it is we're trying to do. Again, it could be business, but it also feels like it could just be other things. There could be new people coming in with new ideas, and possibly in relationships or possibly in other areas of life. And this can be intimidating for us to deal with. That's what I feel is going on here. When I see financial constraints in reverse, and then I see patience, we're learning to build something new for ourselves that could possibly make us money or could possibly help us in some sort of financial endeavor. But it's taking a long time, and we're thinking, what's the point of going on if it's taking this long? But kind of like the tortoise and the hare kind of situation, it doesn't mean that it's not working if it's slow. If something is slow, it doesn't mean it's not working. It means it's working. It's inching its way towards there. And generally what you can do during the times of this kind of slow energy, this slow kind of change, is we can learn how to do things gradually. If everything happened to us overnight, it would be very, very mentally exhausting. So we can learn skills over time. We can learn how to better ourselves over time. So having things happen slowly, in my opinion, that usually means those things are going to stick around. That usually means we look at that and we say, I've put effort into that. Even though it's slow, I've put something in there. And that usually means there's a benefit to us. If everything happened immediately, as soon as we put any effort in, in my opinion, there'd be no fun in life. There'd be nothing going on because it would just be effortless. We need to have a challenge. We need to have something that helps shape us as people, right? So that's what I'm seeing here. And thank you, Liz. Thank you. I appreciate the comments. But hopefully that makes sense to everyone else too. Okay. We'll go on to Wednesday, and then after that, I will start answering some questions here. So let's do this. Okay. Let me shuffle these cards, and while I'm shuffling, what did everybody do this weekend? Because I've got, I don't know who here watching besides Liz. I know Liz is always down for this, but I'm wondering who else is watching that would be interested in a psychic or mediumship development course. We would start out with psychic ability and then work up to mediumship. Thank you for the like. Whoever did that, I appreciate that. But is anyone interested in learning psychic ability? Oh, good. Hopefully it was a good walk, Stephen. Ian Lowe, if you want to like and subscribe, my friend, I can add you to the list. You'll be first on the list so far. Just like and subscribe. Already like and subs already. Okay, well, thank you for the sub. If you want Ian, we can do $5 a question. I usually do the hiking is good, Stephen. I like that too. I do the first part free, Ian, and then if you want to do a little bit more of a question, if you've already worked with me before, I do ask for a contribution. Hopefully that's okay. But yeah, so let me shuffle these cards here and get it ready. So like I said, if you guys are interested in that class, I'm thinking of launching it in, let's see, it would be either probably mid-July to late July or August, like early August. My mentor, someone I'm working with, is wanting to co-teach with me, so it would be an interesting ride for everybody, I think. I'd be learning a lot. You guys would be learning a lot. And he's good. My mentor is very good. So that's kind of what we're going for. Okay, Ian, we can do that. If after I'm done doing this, if you want to pay, we can do $5. We can answer that question for you. But we can do that. Okay. Shuffle these a few more times here. Okay, one more for these, and then I'll move on to the fountain card. Okay. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate. Liz is on top of it, guys. Thank you so much, Liz. One more shuffle. She is, Molly. She's killing it. She's doing really good. Okay. Let's get this going here. All right, you guys, pile 1, 2, or 3. Molly is very sweet. She's a good one. She's one of the good ones. Two for Bittersweet Revenge. Okay. All right, if there's no more offers here, we will jump into the next one. So let me do this really quick. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Let's go with 2. Number 2 first. We have the Sun card. We have 4th chakra, Archangel Raphael. We have the Tower card. And then we have Death in reverse. Man, that's a lot of energy. That is a lot. That is a lot. We start with the Sun card. The Sun card is about illumination. It's one of the best cards you can get. So there's a lot of energy here. Like a lot of energy here. And then with the 4th chakra, Archangel in reverse, we're closing ourselves off with our heart. That's what I'm feeling here. Then we have the Tower card, and then we have Death in reverse. So we're closing ourselves off. We're refusing change, and there is a major transformation going on. So I feel like it's safe to say this applies to quite a few of us. If we're being resistant, which is what this energy is, so this is for Wednesday. This is for my birthday. This is being resistant to energy that will absolutely happen, and we're not allowing ourselves to flow with it. So if some of you are really resisting change or a move, or you're resisting a part or a calling in your life, and it keeps gnawing at the back of your mind, I feel like eventually you're going to do what you need to do. But I do feel like there's a lot of resistance here, especially when I see Death in reverse and the Tower card. Death in reverse is refusal to change. Tower card right here, this is wanting to start things over, wanting to get something new to go on here. So there's a lot of energy here, you guys. There's a lot going on. And I feel like this would be a good time. I always bring up businesses. I'm always thinking of new ways to make money. So I'm always trying to, I think that's why the readings come through me like that. But I feel like this would be a good time to start something new. This would be a good time to try something new. Invest a little bit of money. Don't go crazy at first, but try something new. Try dipping your toes in the water, seeing what kind of happens. That makes sense, you guys. Okay. So that's what I'm getting. So Wednesday will be very advantageous to some people, but you guys have to go with the flow instead of resisting. And I need to go with the flow too. This isn't just a reading for you. I'm getting in on this too. So, okay, let's go with pile 1. hostilities in reverse, anxiety in reverse, the Empress, and the Eight of Cups. Okay. So the Eight of Cups, if you look at this card, it's someone turning their back on the cups, right? They're kind of in the distance. They don't see the cups, okay? They don't know whether the cups are full or if they're empty, but they're kind of just turning their back on it. So again, that's the kind of energy. That's the kind of energy that we're focusing on that could be blocking us from making connections. Maybe we're not grateful for what we already have. We're focusing way too much on what the future holds for us. And in the present moment, we're not grateful for what's going on now. And that can create a huge disconnect. Hey, Frederica, how you doing? Haven't seen you for a minute. Hopefully everything's going okay. But that's what I'm seeing here. Hi, Alicia. Have you been on the channel before? But when we have the Empress in reverse, then we have anxiety in reverse, and then we have oh, awesome. So anyone that has done a question with me before, if it was free at first, I do say $5 for the next question, okay? Or $10, we can do 3 questions, but that's what I do. I'm thinking that's fair because you've worked with me before. So that's kind of where my stance is. If you've already worked with me, that's what I'm doing. And I hope that's okay with you guys. I need to make money too. So that's why the first one's free. You know, I get you hooked. And then, no, I'm kidding. But the first one's free, and then we can kind of go from there. $5 a question, I feel like isn't too bad. Considering when I did my psychic stuff when I was on the phone, I was charging $8 a minute. Okay, not me. The company was charging $8 a minute. I made 50 cents a minute. But do you see what I'm saying? $5 isn't too bad there. Thank you, Bittersweet. I appreciate that. I'm sorry that happened, but that's kind of how these energies work. I just sort of pick up on it. Hi, Rada. How you doing? Okay, so let's get back to this part of the reading. So we have anxiety in. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, everybody. You're very sweet. You're very kind. I appreciate that. With anxiety and hostilities in reverse, these two, it means we could be coming out of a situation where I feel like we're taking responsibility for our life and we're no longer the victims. Something in us is empowering us. This right here, thank you, Kiru. I appreciate that. This right here, the Empress in reverse, this is the feminine in reverse, the feminine energy, and this is Taurus as well, okay? And I don't want to say anything, but this on my birthday, this isn't good. We get the Taurus card in reverse. No, we're going to get that upright. What this means is that we're blocking ourselves to the energy of like that passive connection. Women are more like water. They can flow, they can do that kind of thing. It's kind of their energy. It's more of a passive receptive kind of energy, right? And it's a very good kind of energy to have. It's an emotional observance energy. It's kind of allowing things to come to you, sort of an energy. When it's in reverse, though, we could be reaching out and trying to control something that's beyond our control, and we could be forcing situations to happen. When that goes on, nothing good can come of that because we're blocking ourselves from the real connection. We're making it so we're forcing everything, and because we're doing that, we feel like we have to grab life by the horns, so to speak. Kiru, okay, thank you, guys. Thank Kiru, everyone. Okay, you're gonna make me blush on stream. Right now, Frederica, I'm just doing generals. So this is just general for everybody. And then after I'll do the questions. But I appreciate how nice everyone is. Everyone is very, very kind. And sometimes don't know what to make of it, but I've always liked it. Always, anyway. So just allow ourselves to be more receptive on Wednesday to the tides of life, so to speak. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that. it's my guides and stuff that make it possible. I'm just kind of the messenger, so, you know. But you guys are very kind, very sweet. Okay, we got this one right here. Okay, so we have, this is the last one before we do the personal part of the readings. So we have Healer of the Ages in reverse. Okay, Rest and Rejuvenation. Two of Coins. And Ten of Swords in reverse. We're done thinking about things. We're done thinking about doing something. Now we're actually doing it. That's what I feel like is happening on Wednesday. A lot of this energy that's coming in right now to me feels like I'm done thinking, I'm wanting to do, I'm done kind of being in my mind, I'm wanting to take action. So this is really good right here. This is some good stuff. What I feel is going to happen is that there's going to be a choice that we have to make. Personal income could definitely be affected. We could be either losing our jobs or quitting our jobs on Wednesday or close to it. We could be wanting something new, and we could have thought about this for a very long time. I'm seeing a bicycle for some reason. Maybe that could be how we commute to work or how we get something done, but I'm feeling like the wheels are turning and the only thing we can do is go with it. There could be a longing to want to start something new, to want to start a new way of being. And I feel like Wednesday is it, kind of a thing, like we're breaking out of that. Healer of the Ages in reverse is still feeling like we need to heal, and my hand's buzzing here too. So there's still a feeling of needing to heal our wounds. We can do that, but we can still progress at the same time. The best advice I've ever been given is that you never want to be a master at anything, right? Because when you're a master, you're boring. You've quit growing. When you're someone who's a student of life, that's where you can learn and you can keep growing. And I feel like that's kind of the approach we need to take, is understanding we know nothing, and realizing that we know nothing lets us kind of be free, and we can step out of these boundaries and these biases that we build up. Okay, because that's what I'm all about. We step out. I forget that sometimes though, but it's easier for me to understand that we're all here, we're all learning, right? And everyone's journey is just a little bit different or a lot different depending, but that's what I'm seeing going on here. So let's move on into the readings here. Hey Doc, it is going good. It is going great. Thank you for stopping by. Just kind of just barely finished up with the generals here. And I'm going to start doing some. And I'm actually going to ask right now, is anyone having trouble viewing the stream? Is anyone behind? You probably wouldn't know if you were, but I'll probably hear about it in 3 minutes if you guys are lagging behind on the stream. I'm just curious if everything looks okay. Okay. Here we go. Okay, Radha says she thinks so that's good. Let me take a drink here. So are there any new subs? I can put you down on the list here. Okay, so that's still going on for Kiru, the emojis. Okay. Bittersweet is all good. Okay, everyone's good. All right, all right. Well, let's see. I can do a little bit here. So give me a second. I'm going to see what I can get psychically going on, and if it resonates with anybody, you guys can just kind of raise your little paws up, your hands. In the meantime, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take another piece of paper. I'm going to scribble. I'm going to see what kind of information we can get going on here. This helps me with my psychic ability. Helps me to tune in a little bit. So what I'm doing is I'm scribbling. That enables me to kind of tune into things. So if you guys see me looking down, I'm just taking a piece of paper, scribbling on it, trying to get information. So let's see what we can do here. So whenever we're getting psychic information, whenever we're going from there, we always ask for an intention to be set beforehand because it kind of guides it. Okay. An intention gives the psychic ability, it gives it structure. So if we're looking at doing psychic readings, if we're looking at doing anything in that nature, when we give it structure, we're allowing it to kind of flow in that way. Okay, kind of like how, you know, you can have a river that leads to a water source. I'm using the river analogy a lot, bear with me. But we want to set an intention so that we can get information, because then we're kind of guiding it a little bit. We set the intention, but then we let go of control. That's another important thing. If I ask a question, right, I could be limiting myself to the response because I'm blocking myself. When you ask a question to the ether, to the spirit, whatever you want to call it, when you ask a question, it limits the response. What you want to do is you want to understand the underlying cause for the question to happen in the first place. I'm still learning this. I'm still trying to understand this. But hopefully that makes sense. Okay. If someone comes to me with a question, generally you dive deeper and then you kind of come back around and you can answer the question. It's kind of roundabout, but you can still answer that question. But you can also address sort of what's happened before that. Does that kind of make sense so far, you guys? I'm going to be teaching this, so I want to know if that makes sense. If not, go back to the drawing board. So, okay, let me see what I can get going in here. Hi, Amber. How you doing? Oh, okay. We got our first paid reading for the night. So, Amber, what is your question? You actually go to this here. Let me do this instead. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Go for it, Amber. Ask away. Donations do take priority. Thank you, Liz. Very much on top of it. And your links are working now. I don't know why they didn't before. Huh. Oh. Okay. Let's see what we get here. So I'll do that actually right now. This, I'll go here. Okay. Let's look at that. There's question 1. This is also my website. You guys can sign up for the class there if you want. I'm just putting that out there while I answer Amber's question. So recently started a new career venture separate from entertainment, but it's getting off to a slow start. How can I accelerate my success? You want to leave the job you're currently at. So you want to look at accelerating your, okay. So you actually could have been what the reading was for beforehand in the general section. So if you want to, after this is over, you can go back and you can look at when I was doing the general readings, I think for Wednesday, which was not too long ago. I'm going to address your question, of course, but I feel like that's where the reading was coming from. Someone wanting to start something new, a job situation, and then you can come in with that. So, but let's address this. Okay. Separate from entertainment, but so what can we do moving into getting off to a slow start? So give me just a second here. Okay. So what I feel is going on here for this career that you've got going on is there's something here along the terms of kind of slowly building up, and I know that's what you said here, but I feel like there's okay, let me reword this. There's a lot of energy here. There's great potential, like you just said, but there's also a sense of feeling like it's going to take a while to get off to a good start. And what I feel could be happening here is there's a program that's going on. I feel like there's a program that's kind of a lack of mentality in a sense with this kind of situation. I feel like it's going to work out. It's going to be a slow start though. It is going to be a slow start. And I feel like the universe is doing that so that you can learn what you need to learn. And then I feel like it's going to take off. I'm trying to understand what I'm getting though. So give me just a little bit longer here, Amber, and let me see what else I can get. Was this something that was offered to you kind of out of the blue? Like, how did you stumble into this career or this kind of option? I'm curious here. Yeah, Rada, you can pay on chat. You can pay however you're comfortable. Absolutely. So something happened out of the blue. Okay, so Amber. Okay. Wow, Rada, thank you. I appreciate that. So far, the night is off to an amazing start. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that so much. And so let me do this here. Let's see. A friend of mine recruited me out of the blue. It's in the financial industry, so I've been doing a lot of studying and training. Yeah, you need to go back and watch. Like when this is over, literally it was talking about your situation, but again, when this is over. So they got you out of the blue. What I was feeling with this job situation is I felt like it was more educational. I felt like it was you teaching, but it's you learning. So that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Financial. Okay. Okay. Let me see what else I can get here for you, Amber. Okay, let me put my glasses back on here. Okay, so it does require you to teach others. Okay, that makes sense. That's why I was getting it. It was like education is what I was getting, so that makes sense. So I was looking at this energy that you have, this kind of connection, and I saw like it was a clap kind of energy. So it's going to be a slow start, and then it's all going to connect, and it's going to make sense. And that connection. Okay, you were studying to be a teacher before that, so that makes okay. I was almost seeing students clapping their hands. That's what I was seeing, but it was like clapping, things happening, things starting. So for me, this kind of situation that you're in, it feels like a lightning in a bottle situation. But right now, you don't quite have that lightning yet. You're learning, and it's going to bloom and it's going to grow. But you have to give yourself time. You have to give yourself time. Is this in like the Forex or the stock kind of thing, or what does the job entail? You said it's in the financial, so is it with that? Is it something that's like you can do at home, or is it something more? I'm just curious here. And then I had two names come into my head, but sometimes these work, sometimes they don't. I'll just give you the names. But you can work from home. Okay. All right, and I had two names come into my head, and they were, well, I had the one name. I know the other name. Okay, never mind. That other name doesn't work. Okay. So I got the name Gregory that came into my head, and I don't know if that means anything to you, but this could be someone that's either helping you in your life now or someone that could be helping you in your life in the future. But the name Gregory came up, and I'm feeling like there's kind of a strong relation to something here, possibly with this job situation that we're looking at. Okay. And then I feel like there's going to be, it's going to sound really weird. I feel like there's going to be someone with the nickname Ham, like Ham, or something like that is also going to possibly help you as well. I'm feeling like that it's Ham, either their initials are Ham or they're called Ham or something, but there's something there with that, and that probably sounds unusual. I usually don't give people dinner nicknames, but that's what I'm getting. Okay, so it's interesting, I suppose. Okay. So to accelerate the process, we need to allow ourselves to learn. We need to allow ourselves to be, yeah, see, it's weird. It's weird. I wish it was all this majestic stuff and I could tell you, fun things. Sometimes it's just bizarre, the information I get. It just doesn't make a ton of sense. But anyway, be on the lookout for that. This right here, though, is going to be you learning. You have to allow yourself to be the student in the situation and allow yourself to absorb all the information you can at this point. Okay, you're learning. You're still kind of a student. You're still going to be learning, and allow yourself to be this way for a while, and realize that speeding up the process doesn't make it better. It's just going to make it more stressful. So I feel like the best thing to do moving forward is to allow it to just sort of unfold and happen. Naturally, read up on it, understand as much as you can, but give yourself time, give yourself breaks, and let yourself feel, like you got it. Let yourself understand that. So does that answer the question, Amber? Like I said, the name, look at the names, Ham as initials, or they're called Ham, and then Gregory. And maybe his name is Gregory Ham. I don't think his name would be Ham Gregory, because to name your child Ham sounds very weird. No offense to anyone that's named Ham. I'm just throwing that out there. Okay. Also, the rose is coming up for you too, Amber. So I had some symbol of a rose coming up, which means when things start to happen for you, it's really going to take off. So I do feel like this is a very good opportunity for you. You have to allow yourself, though, to, like a rose, right? You have to allow yourself to bloom over time and don't rush the process. Yeah, especially if one is Jewish. Absolutely. If one is Jewish, that's kind of an ironic name, but absolutely. Okay. So Amber, your second question. Well, that's good, Radha. That's good. Hold on. My second question, there are two guys I've briefly connected with. One is a guy I met 2 years ago on the train named Dan. The other is, see, and that's the name. I had Gregory, and then I had Daniel right here. You probably can't see that. I scribbled it out. But I had the name Daniel come up. When I said there was two names, the other name was Daniel. But I was thinking it was I was thinking it was the connection with the guy before. So that's why I didn't bother mentioning it. See, I mess up too. Okay, there are two guys I briefly connected with. One is a guy I met 2 years ago on the train named Dan. The other is named Mason. I'm skeptical about both. Mason told me he dated a guy I used to know, but doesn't like guys. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, okay. So you're wondering kind of who to go with, I'm guessing. So I can, let me do this. There we go. We're using the True Love Tarot cards here. We'll see what we can get. So we'll have, we'll do 2 cards for each. To be my dad, and I only met him for 10 minutes, but he's been texting me on and off for nearly 2 years. Okay. That can be, yeah. The age difference can definitely be something to be concerned with, or something to, I can understand that. Sounds like you must have made quite a connection on that train. You're getting a scammer vibe from both. Okay. Let's see what we get. Let's definitely see what we get here. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes there's 2 people and neither one of them is right. Or sometimes there's more and neither one is right. So let's look and see what we got. I'll do one for, and I feel like, Amber, I'm feeling like this is kind of a fun question more than it is more of a serious question from you. So I don't feel like you're seriously entertaining either of these people. I feel like it's kind of like you're wondering what their intentions are, if I'm correct in saying that. But let's see what we got. I'll do the top pile for Dan, and I'll do the bottom pile for Mason. And we'll see what we can come up with here. Well, let's have fun with the question. Let's have some fun here. Let's see what we can come up with. Really giving these cards a good shuffle here. Really giving these cards a good shuffle. Okay. Boom. Here we go. So Dan, we have, that makes sense. Okay, Dan, we get maturity. Okay. We all know how old Dan is, so we get maturity from Dan. All right. That might be all he's offering, though. I don't know. He could just be old, and that could be it. Now, then, okay. So I'll look at Mason here, and I'll actually read these seriously. Okay, I'm having a little fun, but I'll read this series. So Dan, we have maturity, okay, and we have reparenting yourself. So Dan could be someone who has kind of gone into the muck and mire of the inner soul, the real self, and done some work that way, which is good. It's good to have that work done. But, and I don't see anything wrong here. He seems mature. He seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. But again, that's something where I feel like that's more of a fun part for you with the Dan thing. Let's look at Mason here and see what we can get. Because I get maturity and I get reparenting yourself, but I don't feel there's compatibility here. I just feel like this person offers maturity. I feel like this person offers that kind of shoulder to lean on sort of thing. I don't necessarily feel a connection. with that. But let's look at Mason under here. So with Mason, we get this. We get emotional freedom. Okay. And then we get abundance in reverse. So Mason might be someone who's more fun, who's more kind of outgoing. Maybe he says what's on his mind. Maybe he's more emotionally open. But when I see abundance in reverse, he could be hard on himself too. There could be a tendency towards this person having a lack of mentality. And that could be it too. The emotional freedom here. Let me draw a card on that specific topic. But I do feel like there's a lack of mentality. Does that kind of define Mason? Do you feel like there's sort of a lack of mentality, or it's hard for this person to kind of let go? That's what I'm feeling. There's emotional freedom, but then I get a sense that this person has a hard time being vulnerable in a way of like abundance, for instance, right there. I think the camera's still right here for whatever reason. But let's look at the actual question here. Is Mason into women? Specifically, all right, he has a chip on his shoulder. That's what I was thinking. Okay, so is Mason into Amber? If I say is Mason into women, that's very general. Let's focus on this. Is Mason into Amber? Is Mason picking up what Amber is putting down? And I'm talking about that vibe. Let's see what we can come up with. Of course. Well, yeah, I mean, I can understand that. Let's see what we can come up with here, Amber. So is Mason sexually attracted to Amber? Let's do it that way. Could there be something there? Okay, literally this is the card I get. Sexuality in reverse. So I feel like he's questioning, and I feel like he's questioning pretty strongly. And I feel like this is something that's going to be going on for a while with Mason. That's what I feel. He may say he's this way, he's that way, or whatever, right? And it's good that he's honest with you. It's good that he said he's dated men, and that's good that he's honest. But I feel like he's still going to be in a questioning phase for a while. When I see this in reverse, and there's nothing wrong with this being in reverse, but if you're trying to start a relationship with someone that may not be into you, that could be difficult. So that's what I'm feeling there. I feel like this person's going to say, I'm into you, I'm this, but they're still questioning. That's what I get. I'm still questioning who I am. And if someone says I'm not this way or I'm not that way, I'm going to say, oh, no, I am. I feel like this person has to defend themselves. Right. You don't want to be used or lied to. And I feel like this person has to defend themselves and their opinion. And that chip on their shoulder is going to lead to them saying and doing things that aren't necessarily true to themselves. That's what I'm getting with this person. And then the age 27 came to my mind. I'm not sure if that's the age that he is. Either 27, that's how old he is, or he had a breakthrough or something happened at the age 27, but 27 popped into my mind for some reason with Mason. So that's just what I'm getting here. Okay, so I feel like you already know that though. You're just kind of coming here to confirm it. But, this in reverse, nothing wrong with having it in reverse. Absolutely nothing wrong. But if you're after something, a bit of a deeper relationship, you would want to have that be something that is more in line expressed towards you and kind of what you would want to have that way. So I can understand that. So does that answer the question, Amber, for you? Okay, that's another red flag, in my opinion. So here's what I feel is going on. He's trying to convince you to date him so that he can prove to himself that he's more straight than he is gay as a possibility. There is some conflict going on here. That's what I'm feeling. If someone is pressuring you to do something, that shouldn't happen regardless, but especially in this situation, I feel like he's trying to prove to himself or his family or someone else that he does like women, okay, because he's been told that being gay is bad, or he's been told that being bisexual is bad, or whatever. I feel like this person is trying to use you as a way to convince himself and others that indeed he is straight, or indeed he is whatever. So that's what I feel. That's honestly in my heart, that's kind of what I'm feeling from this person. So hopefully that makes sense. I feel like it's almost like an energy of your friend that recruited you was named Daniel. Okay, yeah, that's what I had crossed out on the paper. So that makes sense. That makes sense. So that connection was coming through strong. Okay, and I think that's going to be a really good thing for you. Honestly, I think that's going to be something that you can use moving forward. What I feel like is going to happen, Amber, to be honest, I feel like you're going to go into that field and you're going to work in this financial field, this kind of place. But then I feel like you're going to use that to put money into something else, possibly entertainment or acting or something like that. That's what I'm feeling would be what you would do. I'm feeling like there's a sense of not giving up on what you wanted to do, but using this as a stepping stone towards doing all that you want to do, right? Sort of stepping into that role. That's what I'm feeling. So hopefully that makes sense. Jenny G, how you doing? You are so welcome, Amber. You are so welcome. Absolutely. Good. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm glad everyone's doing good. So, how was your weekend, Jenny G? And while you're answering that, hopefully, Rada, what is your question? Because you donated the 10 here. So what's kind of going on in your mind, great, so to speak? Watching alien shows to go to sleep. I feel like I've done that before. I feel like I enjoy a good alien show. Let's see. What's the one that's popular? Ancient Aliens. That's a good one. I mean, the ancient astronaut theorists always say yes, but, other than that, Ancient Aliens is good. You and your boyfriend. Okay. So give me a second here, Rada, and I will come right back and just going to use the little boys' room here for just a second. So hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. Hello, Toto. All right, Rada. So you and your boyfriend, like what? You just wanting kind of a reading on that, or do you have a specific question? If not, we can just kind of do whatever. I can just focus on that connection here. Okay. Hopefully you had a good weekend, Toto, and let's see what we got going on here. What is going on with Radha's connection with her boyfriend? Let's look at this. So I see this card come up. We get reparenting yourself. Okay. It's in reverse though. So Radha, what I'm feeling here did you two have an argument? Was there an argument or something that happened? When I see this in reverse, it's making me think that there's been a misconnection, so to speak. But regardless, I like to check in. I like to ask questions, kind of to see where everybody's at. This in reverse to me says that we could be trying to help somebody and they are not wanting to take it. We could be giving someone constructive criticism. They're not wanting to take it. This person, I feel like, could have traumas or childhood wounds. And that's kind of what I'm feeling here. Because the card I get next to it is connection. And I feel like that's what's blocking you from having a deeper connection with your boyfriend, is there's a sense of like, I feel like constructive criticism is more like destructive kind of it. This person doesn't necessarily handle it very well. So that's what I'm feeling here. I'm going to draw another card here. So can you explain deeper about this connection, kind of what's going on? So let me see what else we get. You explain deeper about this connection and what is going on. Okay, let's explain deeper about this connection. What's going on. When you guys get in a fight, does he get quiet, Radha, or does he get kind of mean and vicious? I'm curious here because I felt like I feel like there's two different people with this person, and so I'm just asking if there's like not a violent tendency or anything, but someone who tends to have a shorter fuse is kind of what I'm getting. Both. Okay. Okay, let's see what we can get here. So this is the kind of person that uses their absence as a weapon. Right, okay. He starts soft, then okay, I see. I see how it is. Okay. Ah, okay. That is not good. We don't lie. Okay. Let me see what else I can get here. So what's going on a deeper level with this relationship? So I get these two cards right here. We have sexual freedom, and then we have the distorted feminine. Did he lie to you about another woman? Was that what was kind of going on? Or what did he lie to you about? Because this right here, the sexual freedom and the distorted feminine, it feels like it was a pretty good lie, pretty big lie. Was there an affair, or was there like him texting another woman, or did something happen along those lines, Radha, or what? Because this feels like it was a pretty big deal if the distorted feminine card comes up. So I'm just curious. I figured someone would mention the cat in the thumbnail. Yeah, that was perfect timing when I took that picture. It was a big deal to you. Okay. Okay. And even, in a relationship, it doesn't matter. Even little lies can be a big deal because you feel manipulated. You feel lied to. So I can understand that. I can definitely understand that. Whether it's little or big, there shouldn't be lying in the relationship. There should be open honesty. Oh, it's a guy. Okay. Okay. That explains this, the sexual freedom card, and the distorted feminine. That literally explains that perfectly. Okay. So Radha, what kind of question from what we've gathered so far? What kind of question would you like to ask regarding this connection? I'm curious because I don't want to ask the questions for you. I want you to ask. The guy is twice his age, and did he not tell you he was talking to this person? Drink here. Hold on. Oh, they're work buddies. Okay. 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 Okay, so let's look at this. Let's ask the question, what does your boyfriend think about this work buddy, right? Would that be a question you'd want to ask? What does he think about this person? Like look at the connection kind of a thing? Because we could do that. Okay. I was feeling like that was kind of the question we were leaning towards. So that's why I started shuffling. Okay. I'm sure he does. Johnny sins. We all sin. First name, last name. How you doing? I've seen you on here before. Okay, let's do one more shuffle here. Okay. Anybody watching now, if you like and subscribe, if you're not already subscribed, you can be added to the free reading list. So go ahead and do that, and then just let me know that you liked and subscribed. Okay, let's do this here. One more. One more. Nope. Okay, those two cards are wanting to come out, so I will read these. So, and I'm feeling energy. Okay, so I feel like I get the garden. I don't feel like. I get the garden and I get the silver waterfall right here. So this, to me, I'm feeling there's an energy here of your boyfriend liking the fact that they're being desired or wanted by somebody. That's kind of what I'm feeling here. And I feel like it's kind of a psychological game when I see this. Because there's old wounds here that have not been addressed, I feel like this person is acting out. Your boyfriend is acting out. Let me see what I can get psychically, though, moving into this connection. But that's kind of what I'm feeling. There's a tendency towards... I feel like they're playing a game and they kind of want to get caught, but it's like there's this kind of thing that's going on here. It's like it does feel kind of like a game, or it feels kind of like a... I don't know how to describe it. But let me see what else I can get here. Hold on. Let's see what I can get here. Mm-hmm. So it's probably not the fact that he's talking to this person, it's the fact that he lied about it, which means there's another connection, which means there's something that you don't know about this person as a possibility. Okay. Lying just makes everything worse. Lying makes every situation worse because it makes the person question, why would they lie? Why would they do that? What's going on? And so it does feel like there's something bigger going on here, right? It feels like there's an energy here that's a little bit bigger than what you're currently dealing with. There could be some repressed desires for this person to explore the sexuality right here, the sexual freedom card. That could be something that's absolutely going on. But I feel like a lot of this, have you guys been arguing like kind of frequently? Like what's going on with that? Do you feel like you guys get along most of the time, or have you been arguing, on and off, kind of a lot? I'm just curious here because I feel like there's a tendency towards have you and your boyfriend been arguing a lot is what I'm trying to ask, Radha. Right. A relationship, that's the cornerstone of one. Okay, and you guys have been arguing a lot. So there's a tendency here for this person to and this doesn't mean, there's traits here of manipulation. This person is going through a lot. I feel like this person's going through a lot, but they're putting it on other people to deal with. And I feel like you're finding out this now. I feel like there's other things that you'll find out in the future with this person. I get a sense that this person's kind of hidden a lot, and you'll find things as you move forward. I don't feel like this is the first time something like this has necessarily happened. And I feel like this person hides behind more of an act with you. And when you press them for details, they get upset, they get angry. And so I feel like this person hates the feeling of being vulnerable. And I feel like you can see what's going on with them. You can see what's going on. You can kind of see into the situation or the heart of the matter. And it makes this person kind of nervous. That's the kind of energy that I'm getting, is that you're very perceptive. And I don't feel like this person necessarily knows how to handle that. And I feel like this person has a guilty conscience regardless. I feel like he's prone to being snappy because he has a guilty conscience. That's what I'm feeling with this person. Right, there you go. That's what okay. So that's something that I'm feeling. This person is always in this kind of mind frame, and they're always going to be the victim of their own reality. And I feel like this person has kind of gotten used to that. And I don't feel like he wants to change. And you try to bring him out of it, or you try to snap them out of it, and then they get more and more angry. But it's, you know, there's manipulation here. You shouldn't have to deal with that. If he's doing something, he gets so scared, I will leave him. What's funny about that, what's funny about the fear of someone leaving you, is it will happen. It will happen. If you're so scared that someone's going to leave you, and then you become unhinged and you become nervous and you become super anxious, it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? And we can look at ways to sabotage our situation and sabotage ourselves to make it so the person really doesn't want to be around us, and then we prove it to ourselves. And then when the person leaves, we say to ourselves, see, I really am worthless, or I really am this. I proved it to myself. It's a game that nobody wins at. But that being said, this person has to come to these things himself. If this is something this person's going through, Radha, you're not going to be able to change this person. They have to be wanting to change themselves. They have to be wanting to empower themselves. Because it sounds to me like this person is going to constantly come back to the situation. When he messes up, and then he says, I'm scared you'll leave me, and then he keeps messing up, but I'm scared you'll leave me, and he keeps messing up. And he'll keep saying that. But that's another way to kind of lure you back into the situation, right? He does something messed up, and I'm sure he's done it a few times, or maybe even more than that. And then he says he doesn't deserve you. That placates you. That makes you feel like calm, right? That puts you in a place of like, he's putting me above him, and in that state, you can't be angry at him. The victim role is something where he plays that. And then when things are good again, and yes, I feel like you do love him. I feel like there's a connection there. But how long have you been with him, and how long has this kind of behavior been going on, Radha, if you don't mind me asking? I'm going to shuffle these cards here. I feel like we're connecting. So, hi, Y-Ban. Yeah, I'm doing Radha's reading right now. I'll put you on the free readings here. Where did the? Oh, there it is. But if you want to like and subscribe, Y-Ban, it makes it a lot easier, and you get your card pull. You get a reading here. So let me do that. Hey, Moon Honey, how you doing? Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so, and once 1 month. Okay. Okay, good. That's what I was wondering. So I'll put Y-Ban on here, and then I will put once on here. Lots of love to you too, Kiru. You have a good evening. Thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah, so you're added on the list, Y-Ban and once. And the lying about stupid things. Let's see, Radha. He lies from day one about stupid things. That should be something that as the relationship goes on, they can kind of drop that, I would hope. But, and I do feel there's a connection. You've been together for 5 years. Yeah. I feel there's a connection here, but it feels to me like you're kind of getting fed up. Correct me if I'm wrong, Radha, okay? I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to say this. Correct me if I'm wrong. How many times have you been to this place of being fed up with this person? Like, is it a weekly thing? Is it every other week? Does it seem a lot harder than it should be? Okay. Okay. What I honestly feel, and this is hard. Okay. When you're with someone in a relationship, there's something that needs to happen in the relationship for things to every other week. Okay. So there's something that needs to happen in a relationship for things to evolve. Okay. I'm one person. My significant other is another person. We grow as individuals. We learn things. We understand life lessons, and we grow, and we bring that back to the relationship, and we put that in the relationship, and we generally don't rehash the same arguments over and over. There's this feeling of continuation. It feels like to me with the boyfriend situation, you're more in a sitcom where the characters every week go through a different life lesson, but then as soon as the next week comes around, it starts square one again. That's kind of what I'm feeling. It's kind of like that energy. There needs to be a continuation of love, of trust, of getting each other, of being vulnerable. That's what I'm feeling. And if that's not something that's happening, it feels to me like someone else would probably appreciate that energy a little more than he does. He placates you, saying he doesn't deserve you so that you'll stay with him. He says, oh, pity me, pity me, pity me, so that you'll stay with him. That's what I'm getting, and that's hard to hear. Exactly. He keeps doing the same thing over and over because you're there. You allow it to happen. He keeps doing it. There's no repercussions because he's the one that plays that card. He's the one that gets mad at you for getting mad at him. Okay? He's the one that does that, and then you're playing into that game. And I know that's probably not fun to hear, but if he keeps doing the same thing over and over again, that's what I mean by the sitcom. It's like every time, every other week, you start over new, you start over fresh, or you try to, but slowly over time, resentments are going to build up. There should be some evolution in the relationship where there's like you're heading in a direction together. And so it becomes a cycle of kind of resentment. Because I know for a fact in a relationship like this, you will start resenting this person. There's unresolved issues. And what generally ends up happening in these kinds of relationships, if there's an unresolved issue like this, it never gets resolved. You can never talk about it again. When you guys are close together and you've made up, if you try to bring up the argument or you try to bring up something that happened in the past, more than likely this person's going to get mad, leave the room, and then it's more things you can't talk about. And eventually it's such a high pile of things that you cannot express or talk about that it feels like there's a mountain between you two. It feels like even if you're in the same room together, you feel alone because this person hasn't been on the same page with you for a while. That's what I'm getting. That's not fun to hear. I would understand that, but that's kind of what I'm feeling. And this person views you as safe, and so they can do whatever they want, and you're just going to be there. Again, I know that sounds harsh, but I feel like you're a kind, supportive person. I feel like you're a good person, and so you put up with stuff, but I don't feel like you have to put up with it. Radha, hopefully you can type what you need to type here. I'm going to go to the bathroom again, but hopefully what I'm saying makes sense. So give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Okay, Radha, so you keep forgiving. So here's something you can try. Okay? You're a very kind person. I sense that generosity. Okay? You're very, very kind. You're very, very loving. But when he does something this next time, which he will, don't go into the forgive mode. Like, you're giving him the benefit of the doubt every time. But I have a feeling if you mess up, if something goes on with you, I have a feeling he holds it against you for a little bit, more than likely. Again, to placate you, to put you in a position where he's more powerful, and then he puts you in a position where you're more powerful than him because he knows you're kind and you'll give back that dominant energy. So it's kind of like you're playing off of each other. but I don't feel like you want to be playing anymore. You don't want to play this game anymore. In my personal opinion, and I know there's history there, I know there's things going on there, but in a relationship, there should be, like I said, that evolution. Eventually, you're learning life lessons together. You're focusing on building something together. And with this person, I feel like it's just going to be an excuse after an excuse or a new way to sort of get out of a situation. That's what I'm getting. It's not right. You're tired of it all. Of course you are. Of course you're tired of it all. Why would you want to stay in a situation like that? But the thing about this is that you're the one that's allowing it to happen in a way. He's the one that's being awful, 100%. But you're the one that's allowing it to continue to happen because you keep being forgiving. You feel like that's the best way to be spiritual, or that's the best way to be, is to just forgive, forgive, forgive. But you're becoming a doormat, and it's going to take all of your energy from you because, like you said, you're tired of it. You want to have something more, and I feel like this is blocking that connection in a big way. That is something that is, wow. And I'm incredibly sorry he said that. That's ridiculous. Okay, Rhoda, let me see what I can get from that information there. And we can go from there, okay? So let me just see what I can get. That's the thing is that's kind of what I was getting, is that if he does or if he doesn't, and that's another way to trap you into something, right? If he does, it's not on you. You would feel like it was, but it's not. This is someone who is manipulative and would go to that level, but it doesn't necessarily mean, yeah, Moon Honey, that actually, yeah, it is. That's some serious manipulate, absolutely. You're a kind, caring person, Radha. You are. You're someone who has a heart of gold, and this person kind of saw that and came in, and now they're pulling this kind of stuff, and I'm sorry that that's happened. He probably said that when you were thinking about leaving, or he probably said that when you were in a spot where you were questioning the relationship, and I'm sorry that that's something you had to deal with, because that's not right. As soon as that comes up in the relationship, Sandeep, Dylan, if you subscribe and like the video, I can put you on the list, my friend. But yeah, that should have never been something that came into the relationship. He should have a level of self-awareness, and that's just not there, and I'm sorry. You left, and now that's what he uses all the time now. Yeah, so I'm sure you do, Radha. I'm sure you love him. I think there's a lot of stuff going on there. I'm sure there's a lot, and it's up to you at the end of the day, kind of what you want to do. I do feel like there is some emotional manipulation in a pretty big way. And I can't tell you what to do. I feel like honestly you're worth more than what he gives you, a lot more. But in the end, I mean, it's up to you. And that's just not right. I'll stand by that. That nobody should ever put someone else in a situation like that. And I'm sorry, that's something you've been put into. When the time comes for you, Radha, to make a decision, know that if anything happens with this person that you're with, it had nothing to do with you. Okay? If you ever decide to leave, if you ever decide to get out of that and this person does something, has nothing to do with you. This person is fulfilling their own prophecy, so to speak, but it has nothing to do with you. So thank you, Sandeep. I appreciate that. So this is kind of a life lesson for you as well, Radha, where I feel like you're learning what it looks like to set boundaries. The only difference here is that every time you set a boundary, it's going to be a little difficult for you. Yeah, if everyone can take a little time to send some love and light, and you're welcome, Radha. You're welcome. I wish the best for you, Radha. I really do, because you are worth a lot more than what he's giving you. So just know that, and just realize that you're a gem. Okay, you've got this, and I believe in you. Love and light, absolutely, absolutely. And thank you again for donating to the channel. I do appreciate that. Amber and Radha, absolutely. You guys are awesome. So thanks again. Okay, so is Y-Ban here? Oh, hold on. Wish I knew where I put my phone. Thank you, Radha. I appreciate that. And these are the best people right here. You couldn't ask for a truer, bluer crowd. Am I using that right? True blue? Yeah, true blue. Yeah. Give me just a second, you guys. I have lost my mind. No, I've lost my phone and I need to light some incense. So give me 1 second here. And I'll see what you sent here. Moon honey, hold on. This incense is, I don't know, that's a good one. Wild berry is a really good one. Donations take priority. So Y-Ban, if I'm going to look and see what situation we have here, and then I'm probably going to go to Moon Honey, and then I'll go to the free readings unless someone else pays. So hold on. Okay, 1 second, guys. Okay, so incense are the best. Does my cat scratch me all the time? No, only if I make him mad, which is easy to do. He's a very sensitive, chunky boy, and he doesn't like his tum-tum rubbed the wrong way. And I'll just leave that to your imagination. Okay, so let's do this. So I'll go with Moon Honey right here. Okay. Give me 1 second, you guys. Y-Ban, that's an incredibly good question. I'm going to answer Moon Honey's question first, and then Y-Ban, we are going to you, my friend. Okay, so I'm just going to do this here, and we got Moon Honey in the house here. So okay, here we go. Thank you so much, Y-Ban. I appreciate that. So you said, and Sandeep will get to you, my friend, too. But let's look at this. So Moon Honey said, how you doing, Corey? How's it going, my friend? How was your weekend? Donated for a general message. So let's see what we can get for Honey. And thank you again for another donation, Honey. I appreciate that. General message. Let's see what we can get here. Let's use these energy cards right here. And we'll see what we can get. The trip I was going to go on. It went well. Well, thank you, Rada. My birthday trip went well. We went to a Texas Roadhouse, and we had food that was way too salty. And yeah, I had the saltiest food I think I've ever had. In fact, I think if they would have just given me plain salt, it would have been less salty. If they would have just given me a handful of salt, I think it would have been more palatable. But the waiters also screamed happy birthday at us, and it was embarrassing. Oh, I hated that. Anyway, yeah, so that's what happened. That's kind of what happened with me. Thank you, Moon Honey. Well, let's see. April 28th is my birthday. I needed to look at the calendar before I said that. I don't know why. I do know my birthday, I promise you. I'm that guy that panics and forgets their birthday. So it's always good. This was incredibly salty, Corey. I'm talking, so I ordered the, so Moon Honey, I have been alive for 31 years, going to be 32 this 28th of April. And Corey, I can understand being a sucker for salty, greasy food. I myself am a Taurus. I know all about the greasy saltiness, the comfort, right? This was just bad. It was a chicken. It was a what would you call that? Thank you, Amber. Thank you very much. Moon Honey, I didn't know it was a contest, but if that is the case, then I'm losing to everyone that's older than me, and I don't like that. Thank you. Thank you. I look like I'm in my 20s. The camera is very flattering. Yeah, it was just bad. It was a chicken breaded dish with this white gravy on top of it. Not good. Not good. And then I bit into a piece of it, and oh, Rada, you're 25. Okay. See, I didn't know that. I was thinking, wow. Everyone's young. Everyone's probably, I mean, you know, wow, 37. Okay. And I've seen your video. I've seen one of your videos, Moon Honey. You don't sound like you're 37. So that to me, that's shocking. Any cake, yes. So my girlfriend made this amazing cake. Like it was called a hummingbird cake. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that. Oh, so good. It was like carrot cake, but with bananas instead. Oh, it was amazing. Okay, Corey, no problem, my friend. We can do that. We can absolutely do that. I'm still going to be live for a very long time. And I'm going to be alive for a very long time. So this is good. You guys can watch me age.
before your eyes.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't sell them. She could though. She's really good. If I could show you guys. Did I take a picture of it? Not with this phone. No, I didn't take a picture. Well, I can do this, I think. Sorry, you guys, give me 1 second here and let me show you this that I got. So that's the cake that she made. Camera can show up. And it was delicious. So those on the top, that looks like a flower. It wasn't. She took pieces of pineapple and she dried it, and then it made it look like they were these little flower pieces. It was good. It was really good. I had 2 pieces, some vanilla ice cream. Oh, that was good. The dinner was not the best. The intention of the dinner was amazing, but really good stuff. So yeah. Okay, so enough about the jibba jabba. Let's move on to Moon Honey's thing here. She could sell them. I mean, I love her, and she makes the best food. Yes. Right, as long as the cake was good. Yep. She's made some really good food, but that's yeah. Okay, let's do this for Moon Honey. Let's see what we can get here. Oop. Yeah, so far. Okay. Moon Honey, general message from Moon Honey. Let's see what we can get. Thank you guys for being so supportive with that. I like telling stories. I'm generally a guarded person usually, but I do like letting you guys in and seeing a little bit of who I am at a time. I'm generally very reserved. Okay, let's do this here. Not feeling like it's quite right yet. General message for Moon Honey. Rada, I appreciate that. Yes, you are. You guys absolutely are my tribe. 100%. 100%. We stick together. We help each other. That's what we do. Okay. So Moon Honey, here's what I got for you. So we have these cards here. We have Man Holding a Heart in reverse, Door to Value in reverse, Healer of the Ages in reverse. So I'm going to start off with this. And yes, she is. Liz is doing an amazing job. So Moon Honey, I'm going to start off with this and say, was there a breakup? Has something happened that made you kind of question yourself or your value in the world? I've got a little bit more here than that, but I'm just curious so far. I can't remember if we did a... Yeah, anyway. Not that you can think of. Okay, so let me keep looking here. I can draw some more cards, because when I see Man Holding a Heart in reverse, Door to Value in reverse, and Healer of the Ages, has anyone made you question your ability to help others? That could be another scenario as well. If not, that's okay. I've got these cards too, and I can do a little bit more, a little bit deeper, so to speak. No, okay. Let's see what else we can get here. Remember, you guys, whenever we're doing these readings for people, when we get a no, it does not mean it's the end. It just means that we need to dive a little bit deeper. No's are actually really good for us to know if we're on the right track or not. So never be afraid to ask or to intuit and get information, because sometimes, you know, it helps things. Okay, do a little bit more here. Okay, you're with the Capricorn, but he treats you well. So that's good. That's really good. So I get the Nine of Swords, Nine of Swords in reverse underneath this. So maybe there could be some healing going on with the Capricorn energy. I could see that being the case. But were there wounds there before this Capricorn came along? I feel like there's some good treatment here. I feel like things are happening that are good, but that's kind of what I'm getting. And then I get the Eight of Wands in reverse with the Door to Value. So again, I feel like we're talking about this. To me, I feel like we're talking about your channel again. And we talked about that kind of last time, but I feel like here, because when I get the Eight of Wands in reverse, it's kind of like a slow moving energy, but it's a moving energy. And I feel like maybe our sense of value or worth could be tied to possibly how much we make or possibly how we do on this kind of freelance business. I feel like there can be a sense of like, I'm not worth that much if I can't get clients or if I can't get so much money or whatever. I feel like there's a tendency to do that because I've done that myself. Kind of like you go live, you don't make a lot, and so you think maybe we question our worth in that way. That's something I could see. This one, though, this one's interesting. So we have Healer of the Ages in reverse. And then Six of Coins. So I feel like, here's my take on this. I feel like things are growing and things are moving forward. It could be kind of slow, but where the Six of Coins is upright, this to me feels like things are moving as fast as they can right now. Are you, how would I put this? So are you trying new things with your channel? Like, are you putting in new stuff? Are you trying to innovate and things like that with your channel? And then are you hearing things in your, I'm hearing things, or not hearing, but I'm feeling something in my left ear. So either there is like an infection going on here or spirit's trying to communicate with you more lately. I feel like that could be something that's happening, is that you're getting more communication from spirit, possibly clairaudiently, if that makes sense. Toto, I'll let you in on a secret. You don't take care of cats. They kind of just do their own thing. You feed them and stuff, but they're very different from dogs in a good way. I love cats, but. Okay, so that could be what I'm getting here. So this is more of a transformation kind of energy where you're hearing things and you're doing that. And then I have this as a possibility. You don't have to do this, but me and a mentor figure that I have, I'm going to talk with him next week on how we're going to set this up, Moon Honey, but I'm going to be offering a class with him in late July, early August. It's possibly when we're going to be launching this class. And it's going to be either a 6-week course or a 12-week course on how to develop your intuitive abilities, your clairs, energy work and stuff like that. Like just how to develop completely from beginner up to wherever we're at when we get there. But just sort of putting in the foundational and then learning, and eventually it gets a lot more advanced, but starting off kind of smaller, okay? So what I feel like is going to happen is that the way you do things is going to change a little bit more. I feel like you're not necessarily using the cards as much for information. You know the cards, sure, but I feel like you're getting other information from the cards that aren't just the cards. Like you're able to intuit more information from things that aren't just the cards. Does that make sense so far, Moon Honey? Give me a second here. Okay. So the thing that I would do moving forward is, if we're wanting to develop our clairs, tap into your spiritual gifts more, the way that we do that is we give ourselves presence, and then we kind of expand that. Hi, Christine. If you want to subscribe and like the video, I can put you on the list here. I'll explain this the best way I can, okay? You guys don't even have to sign up for the course or anything. I'll explain how this works a little bit. And I'm going to add Christine to our list here. Thank you, Andrea. I feel like you were here last time. I can't remember if I had addressed a question for you or not, but I feel like I remember you. So what we do is, if we're wanting to develop psychic ability, we allow ourselves to develop. And what that means is that we're looking for, okay. No to that, okay. So we're looking for a way that we can develop. And how we do that is we can focus on, if we want to develop clairvoyance, we focus on seeing things, really being there with things. If we want to focus on clairaudient, we focus on hearing things, right? These are just little tips here and there. Basically, if we're in the present moment and we're learning and we're growing as people, it's going to enhance our psychic ability. Spirit or psychic messages come through images and symbols that we have already learned, that are already established in our subconscious. So, like I've given this example many times before, if I'm really into trains, okay, if I'm like really into trains, Spirit's going to give me symbolism of trains, but relating to different things. Like I'll see a train car and everything's gone in the train car. It's like vacant, it's abandoned. And I'll be like, you know, I could look at that and say, you were abandoned as a child. That could be a symbol for being abandoned as a child. There could be these symbols, right? And regardless of what we do, if we continue to grow and we learn, it gives Spirit and our psychic ability a bigger expression, right? To kind of encounter this thing. Because as we're growing as psychics or as mediums, we have this lexicon of language, and we can look at that and we can learn different things. Certain psychics see certain things and they mean certain things to them. It's because they've developed a language. Right. Okay. So, honey, it's the deciphering that you're working on, and that takes time. And what you can do while you're working on the deciphering is you can allow yourself to, one, ask questions. Ask, what does this mean? If you get something, you can ask a question, what does this mean? And then wait for an answer. And you can also, don't limit yourself to the question. Limit yourself to why the person is asking the question if you can. When I'm connecting with people on here, I try to listen to the question that they have, but then I go deeper than the question, because it's usually not the question that they're asking. It's kind of like it's a gateway into their world. We step in and then we can see what's going on, and then we can address bigger things. So hopefully that makes sense too. But okay, Andrea, okay, that's what I was thinking. You were here last time, but it wasn't your turn. That's what I was thinking. So I did see you last time. You didn't get your question answered. Perfect. So you are on the list. Okay. Okay. So it takes time and it takes trust, and you can't be afraid to be wrong, Moon Honey. I've had many times. I mean, as I was starting out with you and I was connecting with you, I got things wrong. And I need to allow myself that opportunity to get things wrong, because if there's a pressure to always be right, I'm going to crumble. But if there's a flow with allowing myself to say things, feel things, intuit, then there can be more of a kind of a grounding energy with it. I don't want to be terrified that I'm going to get something wrong, because that will block me off from information. And like I said, don't ask questions, focus on why the person is coming to you. So-and-so comes to me, they have a question about, okay, I'm just going to say this. Are you guys interested in what I'm talking about? Am I rambling? Because if I am, I can stop. You guys let me know if what I'm talking about is making sense, or because I'm talking to Moon Honey, but I'm also talking to you guys as well. I want to teach a little bit about psychic abilities. So let me take another drink. Hold on. Okay, Liz is interested. Okay. Because that's kind of the the area we go into. If someone comes to me with a question about money or relationship or whatever, I try to dive a little bit deeper into the meaning behind the question. Okay. It's kind of like you're taking, if someone is putting on a play, they're putting on like a story, right? Everyone has their own story. Everyone has their own play. We're the main actor. We're in the audience. We're doing all of that stuff. But it's like this grand play. Life is a grand play. Each one of us, we're in our own play. We're trying to understand it. What we do as psychics or as mediums is we go back behind the curtain of where the play is taking place, and we look back and we see what's going on. We see what's making things work. We see what the set is made of. We see what the story consists of. And then we can give people more answers that way. When we limit ourselves to a question, we're blocking off all the answers, because we're limiting ourselves to one way of expression. A question is usually answered yes or no or something like that. But when we're looking at the root of the situation, we're allowing ourselves to see beyond yes, no, this, that, whatever. We're allowing ourselves to see into the truth. Does that make sense, Moon Honey? It's, yeah, you can build up to it. It takes time. I feel like what happens as we're growing as mediums or as psychics is that we're using our brain to decipher the messages. Eventually, it's not nearly as draining because your brain isn't taking part in the process. Whenever I use my brain to try and make sense of a connection, I lose the connection because I'm bringing the ego into it. I'm thinking about it. As soon as I think about it, it's no longer intuitive. It's me thinking about it. It's me thinking about the connection, not me getting the connection. Does that make sense? And yeah, you can build up stamina, but honestly, it just takes time, and it takes patience, and it takes gentleness and understanding. Okay, perfect. So that's something we can move into going forward here, but I feel like you're starting to develop, okay, and you're learning things. The deciphering part is something that takes time, and the only way that you'll get better at the deciphering is to put yourself out there, not as a tarot reader, but as a psychic or a medium. You can join groups on Facebook that offer free like readings back and forth for each other, so that you can learn what it feels like to connect and what it feels like to actually get information versus what it feels like when you think you're connected and when you think you're getting information. Because I'll tell you right now, if I didn't have people I practiced with, it'd be a lot harder for me, because I'll be thinking I got a connection. This is what it feels like. This is what I'm getting. I tell the person, they're like, nope, makes no sense to me. And then I understand the more subtleness of the connection. I understand what that looks like. You have to put yourself out there, and you kind of have to get your ego beaten down a little bit or a lot, but it's worth it because it gives you a sense of like understanding what it is you're doing and how it looks, right? So that's my 2 cents on it. Hopefully that makes sense to you, Moon Honey. There's tons of groups out there too that do that. So I'm part of probably, that's all I have on Facebook is mediumship groups that I'm in. And so I know that there's a lot out there, and there's a lot you can learn, and there's some really good teachers. And putting yourself in that environment allows you to learn and to grow. and you're with like-minded people. You're with other people that also believe in it and are also trying to express their gift. And usually everyone is pretty damn nice. So, you know, they're understanding. Not usually, no. In my opinion, I feel like the protection, like I'll set an intention before I start usually to go into someone's energy or to do that. But if I'm protected when I'm doing that, sometimes I feel like it can block me off from certain information. My guides are already protecting me. I'm already okay, and I can ground myself after the lives that I do. But generally speaking, I don't focus too much on the protection part. I focus on getting information and then grounding myself after. Um, you know, so that's something you can focus on. I'm not saying don't do that. If you feel comfortable protecting yourself before, go for it. It's however you feel comfortable. For me, I don't feel like it's necessary, but if it feels good to you, do that, right? Like, I'm not saying how to do it. I'm just saying that there's different expressions of psychic ability, of mediumship, and I feel like everyone does it kind of differently. Even from a student to a teacher, everyone does it differently, and I don't think we're meant to express it in any other way than how we feel is appropriate for ourselves, that soul expression of those psychic abilities. But you know, we have guides, we have spirits around us that help to protect us, and I think that's enough, in my opinion. I still ground myself. I still focus on letting myself feel my own emotions. I focus on grounding myself from whatever it is I went through when I'm doing these connections with you guys. Everyone's really great. Everyone on this channel, everyone's super supportive and amazing. But when I'm done on here, I need to feel myself. I need to understand how I feel because I've been taking on what you guys are going through. I wouldn't trade that for the world, but I need to understand where my emotions are coming from. Does that make sense? Like I need to set that. Boundaries are good, you know, setting a boundary is good, but and you can do that with spirits too. Sometimes when we're connecting with spirit, there's not a yeah. It's something that takes time. Like for me on this channel, I've been doing this for like on and off, I think for like 5 years. And every time I came back and I tried doing connections again, I got a little bit better. But if you feel like, if for any reason you feel like you need to take a step back for a second to focus on that kind of emerging energy, kind of like a cocoon energy, you can absolutely do that. With psychic development, with this ability, it doesn't weaken over time, even if you haven't used it. It's not like that. It's kind of like when you learn to ride a bike and you come back and you still ride the bike, you know. But sometimes I feel like we need to take a step back to see kind of the bigger picture and understand that. And another thing that we can do to help with getting information, something I do is kind of right here. So I've got like little scribbles that I do here, little things that I've written, little scribbles. And the scribbles help me to connect with the person's energy and I can get more information. So that can be something you can try too. There's a bunch of different techniques. There was one psychic who would get messages by chattering his teeth. And then after he would chatter his teeth, he could get psychic messages. It's interesting how the psychic ability presents itself, but it's kind of like we go into kind of a rhythmic sort of trance kind of thing. So that's kind of what I'm talking about there. So Moon Honey, does all that make sense? Hello, Nazrin. I'm doing good. How are you? So, Corey. And I can address that too, Christy. So, Christy, if you would like and subscribe, I can add you to the list. Okay. Thank you, Angel Blue, for that. Let me do this really quick. So let me put you over here, and we'll do this. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Angel Blue, for the donation, my friend. I'll put you here. I'm going to address Corey's question first for a second, and then you are right up, my friend, okay? All right, so here's something that we have right here. So Corey brings up a good topic. He said, so I'm relatively new to all these topics, but here's one mind-blowing thing that's been hitting me. Awakening isn't it. Are there layers of frequencies between us in the 3D and oneness? So okay, everybody. Oh, that is a question. That is a question right here, and I'm gonna preface that question by saying I do not know everything. I don't. I have theories. I have things that I feel like are possibilities, but in no way, shape, or form do I have any idea what I'm really talking about. I have theories. I have suggestions. I have feelings, right? So I'll address that the best way I can. There are different dimensions between us, in my opinion. We have the 3D, we have 4D, you have different dimensions. If we look at it like this, though, we have the physical body, okay? Next in line, we have the etheric double, or the etheric body, and I'll explain these. Then we have the astral realm, then we have the mental realm, then we have the give me a second here. Oh, there it was right there. Okay, so we have the physical plane, the astral plane, the mental plane, the Buddhic plane, the spiritual plane, the divine plane, the logaic plane, and the monadic plane. Okay. Each and every one of these. So the astral is kind of like, oh, we got the cats right here. The astral is kind of like a place where Yoshi, be good. Yoshi. I told you he's a little bit of a jerk. I love the guy. I do. And it smells like tires in here. Okay, so you have these different planes, these different levels of existence. Each one, thank you, Andre, I appreciate that. Each one of these offer a different experience of reality. So to put it simply, in this place that we're in now, what are our lessons? What's kind of the underlying theme of this life? It's duality, right? It's cause and effect. When you do something, something happens. You have lightness, you have darkness. There's a sense of duality, right? Okay, so because of all things are non-dual dualities, right? The observer is entangled with whatever frequencies it is experiencing. So the body itself is existing in its own frequency, and therefore it is not. Right. In my opinion, everything here is Maya. It is the illusion, okay? We're brought into this reality to learn lessons. It is an illusion. Everything is. Nothing is actually real, okay? And maybe that makes some people uncomfortable, but in my opinion, it's a classroom. It's like an environment where we can learn and we can grow and we can understand each other. It's a classroom wherein these meat robots that have sensors, touch, taste, feeling, seeing, hearing, smelling. That's kind of my theory on that, okay? Everything is vibrating. Everything is that. Right. So and the different levels of energy come into play in different ways. So what Corey is talking about is when he talks about oneness, he's talking about we learn the lessons we need to learn in this life. We go into the astral plane. From there, we learn other lessons. We kind of die in the astral plane, and then we enter into the mental plane. From the mental plane, we die, and then we go into the next plane, and the next plane, and the next plane. So it's one of those things where it's kind of like it or not, I feel like we're on an evolutionary path, and the soul has completed this journey many, many times. The universe is experiencing itself in all possible parallels at the same time. we're part of that. I feel like we've done this journey an infinite number of times, and we're sort of in this kind of loop, but we get to learn things, and we get to discover our connection to a higher source. We get to discover our universal connection, our universal oneness. And that to me is kind of the biggest part of this. The universe delights in discovering itself and in finding itself. So in playing that game of kind of hide and seek with itself, when it discovers that it is it, there's this ecstatic union of observer and kind of reality, if that makes sense. My guides kind of came in there at the end, but that's kind of what I'm, hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Strongest clair would be claircognizance, which is clear knowing, and clairvoyance, which is clear seeing. So that's, and sometimes clairaudience, but that one's a little more rare. But Corey, does that make sense so far with what I was saying? Even though it doesn't make sense. Okay. It makes sense in the fact that it doesn't make sense. When right. So this, okay. The three-dimensional space, the software, all that makes perfect sense. There's more out there. Okay. There's a movie, or there's a show called, and I love this. It's super cheesy. I love it though. So you guys, you can check it out. What the Bleep Do We Know is a show that I feel like expresses kind of what Corey's talking about. And it does so in a way to me that makes sense. It's kind of an interesting film. It talks about reality. It's good. It's cheesy, but I like it. It's good. It's good, Corey. And it talks about things. It talks about, and I mean, if you look at how I've seen videos on YouTube and they talk about what it would look like for a fourth dimensional being to interact with someone who is three-dimensional. When we start talking about the different dimensions, I think when we enter the fourth dimension, I think it's a dimension of time and not space or something like that. I can't remember for sure. But when we enter the different dimensions, beings would see us differently. Fourth dimensional beings would see everything around us, supposedly. It would be like we have roofs and walls right here, but a fourth dimensional being wouldn't necessarily see the divisions. They could see everything all at once. And dream state. So Angel Blue, and I'm going to get to your question too. And this won't be your question. This is just us talking. So when you say dream state, Angel Blue, can you kind of tell me what you mean by dream state? Do you mean like a lucid dream? Or do you mean like an astral projection? Trust me, Angel Blue, I can't rush even if I tried. I've tried rushing, not my thing. But yeah, so I just got an itch. Hold on, guys. Okay, so I'm just cracking the bones. Because when I first found out about awakening, I thought that was it. But lately, through YouTube and posts, I've been told, wait, there are many, many dimensions between us and oneness. There's many dimensions between us and oneness, absolutely. They say some dimensions are so close that it's even closer than our shirts are to our skin, right? They say these dimensions they're like all around us all the time. And so Angel Blue, I thought lucid dreaming was 4D. So to answer that question, if anyone says that the lucid dreaming is this and this and this, in my opinion, it's meant to be undefinable for right now. As soon as I put a label on this is 4D, this is 5D, this is 6D, I feel like the point of the subject is being missed because we're focusing on the dimensional frequency instead of what it is. That could very well be another dimension, but whether it's 4D or not, to me, that doesn't really, in my personal belief, in my opinion, that doesn't make sense to me. It feels like a teaching that's great, but I feel like we're talking about esoteric ideas. We're talking about that kind of thing. I feel like putting a label on it makes it, for me personally, it makes it harder to understand. It makes it unnecessarily complicated, so to speak. And speaking of unnecessarily complicated, yeah, it's clear down there. Never mind. That's something I've been working towards myself. Hold on, let me read this here. We do. We look inwards and not outwards. And kind of what's going on. I've had a few lucid dreams, but whenever I realize that I'm lucid, I get too excited and I wake up. And lately I don't dream a ton, but I have a lot of other things happen while I'm awake. You know, so it's one of those things. I feel like there's a trade-off there, but I haven't been dreaming as much, but occasionally I'll have a very, very weird dream, very interesting dream. Inwards, not outwards, to find these dimensions and truths. So yeah, you're only 19, and what you're going to go through is a lot, especially when you hit the age 27 or so. That's kind of our first Saturn return, right? Saturn return. Anyway, when we hit that age, truths, there will be truths revealed even more so. And you're learning a lot right now, Corey. So that's something that we can dive into. This book right here talks about something you guys would be interested in. So hold on. Okay, so we have this right here. Supernormal, okay? So it says Science, Yoga, and the Evidence for Extraordinary Psychic Ability by Dean Radin, or Radin, I'm not sure how you say his name. This guy is amazing because he takes science and he takes spirituality and he combines them. He has technology, yeah, supernormal. He has technology that can detect psychic ability. He has these different tests that anyway. And a lot of you guys probably don't know this, or maybe you do, but in the I think it was the 1930s and 40s, Harvard and Yale. Oh, well, thank you. Rado, you're nice, thank you. But Harvard and Yale actually had parapsychology parts. They actually had places where people could learn about psychic ability and can learn how to express that. It's kind of been underground now, and they don't offer those courses anymore, but there are still people that do parapsychology that look into a bunch of stuff with the paranormal, but it's become something that's frowned upon. There's actually something here. There's abilities here. There's really something here. Oh, okay. You were an atheist before all this. Well, my friend, your mind's been blown. That's how it is, man. Sometimes, yeah, you realize there's more to this reality than what you think. And it's kind of funny when you go from being an atheist or agnostic or a nihilist to having this. So, Blue Angel, are you still okay if we wait just a little bit longer? Just so I can talk a little bit more. You are number one priority. I'm just kind of doing some teaching here for just a second, but you're the first person I'm going to read when I get, you're okay. Okay. So when we're talking about, so he talks about something. This book is called, okay? This book is called Supernormal, okay? That's because all of this is normal. All of this is supposed to be a mundane thing, like having a left and a right arm. It's supposed to be mundane. But for some reason, it's been hidden from us. Imagine having another side of your body you had no idea about. I talk about this, and I'm getting passionate, guys, so just give me a second here. But let's see. So Joswinter Bala, if you would like to, you can like and subscribe, and I can put you on the list here. But let me see here. Let's see. Good, good. There's a lot to learn. Thank you, Joswin. I appreciate that so much, my friend, and I'll put you on the list right here. So we're kind of just talking about psychic ability. This right here is my favorite topic. I get very passionate. I get very excited. And so when I get a chance to talk about it, it's fun. Okay. This is my favorite. So let's move into this. So where were we? Okay, so supernormal. This is a normal part of us. This is an expression of us. In Hollywood, in other places of the world, they have sensationalized what psychic ability is. Okay. I do not levitate and have light shoot out of my ass for me to give you a psychic message. Okay, that is not how it works at all. It is very subtle. Yeah, they're crazy because of, absolutely, the moon's insane. But that's what's going on, is that it's a very subtle thing. And we've been told through movies and other things that it is not subtle. It is this huge thing. There, you know, the sun rises on us, shining gold, whatever. That's not what happens at all. It's very subtle. And because of that, I've had to go through and see. Awesome. I love that. Angel Blue, you are 100% correct. If light shot out of my ass, I would never come back to it again. It'd be fun at parties, but that would be the only time I would do it. And I'd ruin my pants every time. I just don't want that. But it's subtle. When I give you guys messages, when I'm focusing on that, the only thing that's there is I feel a presence. I feel a sense. I feel something. But it's not like it's, I mean, there's exceptions to the rule. When you go deeper into spirituality, then it's not subtle anymore. But anyway, so we have this right here. So Supernormal, he talks about the Siddhis, okay? Siddhis, Siddhis. Siddhis stand for psychic perfections. So it's being able to use a psychic ability perfectly. It's being able to do that. Now, this is the interesting part. On your way to enlightenment, you will develop special abilities. Every single person develops special abilities on their way to enlightenment. Here's the interesting part, though. You're not gonna, if you fall for the psychic, or if you, okay. Okay. The psychic abilities are kind of like a trap, right? These super powered psychic abilities are kind of like a trap, in that you'll focus on developing those and not focus more on your enlightenment. But the enlightenment process brings about this development of spiritual powers. Right, exactly. They're a byproduct of spiritual development, but an extreme spiritual development, Corey, generally. And it's kind of like Buddha talked about something. He said, don't focus on the abilities, focus on the enlightenment. The abilities are the trap. And yeah, if you focus it, exactly. There you go. Corey's got it. Yep, you got it, my friend. And Angel Blue, clairsentient, yes, I can be. It depends. I feel like my other clairs are sometimes stronger, but I can definitely be clairsentient too. But thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. But yeah, it's a lot of people never develop siddhis because they are, when I say perfections, they are the embodiment of these. Let me see, Corey. Did you have a, like, people live their entire lives not knowing what's true. It's utterly mind-blowing. You may be the only one of those. Oh, well, we're experiencing it together, and you're sharing this with the community, Corey, and I did not see your comment. Thank you for pointing that out. The chat's been going, so it's hard for me to do that. So, Christy, when you say, what about young kids, what do you mean? It is. There's another world out there. In fact, I think there's a lot more than we're even present to. I could tell you guys things that are pretty mind-blowing, but, right, I want to stick with this right now because this is where we're at. This is where we're at right now. You're okay, man. You're fine. Use profanity. Hey, as long as you're not a bot coming in here and being weird, I'm fine with that. Yes, absolutely, Angel Blue. Young kids do not have the ego block, 100%. That's why these psychic abilities that I'm talking about here, it deals with imagination. A lot of us can't access psychic ability because when we were younger, we were told that our imagination is just that. It's not used for anything productive. And then we shut it off. And then when we get older, we don't have access to that part of ourselves. That's our psychic ability. Imagination is adult psychic ability. You can use it to tap into psychic ability. And your enlightenment does bring up, yeah, you have spiritual abilities. These abilities from the Siddhis are like materialization, growing your body to be as big or as small as you want, teleportation, flying in the air. That's what these siddhis are. It's very rare that someone develops that. Generally, a guru will develop 1 or 2 siddhis in their life. Usually there's 23, I think. If I can remember right, there's 23 different ones. And they come from, well, I can talk about the way you achieve them, but it's not necessarily, it's interesting. You achieve them through, I feel like I'm getting off track. I feel like I'm just rambling. So, but everyone seems interested, so I can just keep talking, or I can go to the toilet and I can be right back. So if you want to, guys, ask questions or talk amongst yourselves, I'm going to be back. Just give me a second here. So hold on. Yeah, it is a very exciting thing. Hold on. Oh, good. Thank you, Rod. I appreciate that. And then, hello, Kelly Galbraith. If you want to like and subscribe, we can go from there. And so the siddhis happen through, this is the part that'll blow your mind, Corey. I don't know how far you've gotten into learning siddhis. Okay, hold on. So Moon Honey is talking about mediumship and psychic ability. When you personally first tap in, does it kind of feel like you're in the eye of a hurricane, or is there more of a thickness to it? If that makes sense, or is it a little bit of both? So depending on how you feel, it can be a little bit of both. Okay, I can tell you some stories about psychic development, what I went through personally. Really quick. So for me, what I feel is there's a sense of, there is a presence, there can be a thickness. That thickness that you're talking about, that can kind of be how spirit can present itself. There can be like a thick energy or like a shroud around us. That hurricane feeling, I've had that too, and I'm feeling spirit now. So when we're talking about the hurricane kind of sensation, I've had it where my eyes were closed and I felt myself spinning around the room like I was dizzy, like I was very dizzy. And that was when I was trying to develop trance mediumship, which is different. Again, we're not going to talk about that because we're talking about mediumship. I want to start with the basics. But when we focus on developing, it's going to take different levels of development. Feeling dizzy, or that hurricane feeling, or like the energy is alive and static, that is spirit. Spirit will present itself through that. So, and it can be different for different things. And sometimes our spirit guides, okay, they don't like to be known by names. Names are a human convention. We don't want to talk to our spirit guides by name. Imagine if you've had thousands and thousands of names and someone wants to refer to you as Joe, but you've been every gender, you've been many, many people. You're not just Joe anymore. So our spirit guides communicate to us through an energetic signature. Generally, that can be a tap on the shoulder, that can be the third eye feeling fuzzy, that can be a vibration on the top of the head, whatever it happens to be. Okay, So any questions so far with that? And I probably need to get to Angel Blues reading, but let me get to Angel Blues reading, and let me do that here. So go up here. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is for Angel Blue. Yes, we will continue. Okay, so another spiritual question. I'll just address this and then I'm on to Angel Blues reading. Majority of the time, I feel like a tingling sensation in my third eye chakra. Okay, so spirit is around you and they're trying to kind of attune you or activate you. At any point, if it's annoying, you can tell them to back off. Or if you really want to feel it, take your attention, close your eyes, take your attention, bring it to that tingling sensation and expand it. I want you to imagine it like a flower, and you can open it, you can close it, you can do whatever, but expand that sensation. The tingling is good. That means there's energy that's being activated. But when we close our eyes, we can focus on that tingling, allow our whole sense of self to focus on that tingling. We can have it become bigger. We can kind of tune into that and see what's going on there. But we need to quiet our mind. We need to focus on that sensation, the third eye chakra. Okay, Angel Blues reading. Let's do this. So why is my on again, off again soulmate of 7 years emotionally unstable the past week? Thank you. Okay, so we've got another question here from Angel Blue. So what about the ear ringing? So ear ringing can be spirit's way of trying to reach you. That can absolutely be true. What I feel is generally when there's ear ringing, it's like there's a pitch or there's a frequency. If we tune into that, it could be clairaudiently tuning us. If you imagine a medium or a psychic as like a piano, what happens when you get a piano? Okay, when you get a piano, you have someone come in and they have to tune it to the space to make it sound right. They have to go in the space. They have to tune it to the space. Spirit's doing the same thing with us. They're attuning us to their energetic frequency. Ear ringing could be a byproduct of that. If it's uncomfortable, ask them to step away. If you want to accelerate that process, quiet your mind and ask them to step forward to assist you in developing a stronger connection. Generally speaking, when we're working with our spirit guides earnestly for the first time, they're working with us earnestly for the first time too in this incarnation, right? And so when they're working with us and we're working with them, there's a sense of give and take. We have to let them take the time to get to know our energy, and we have to take the time to get to know their energy. And the way we do that is to relax, let them come in the space, and allow no expectation on what we should feel, how we should feel it, what it should do to us. We just allow it to happen. We allow it to take place, okay? Just like if we're dancing or we're doing something else, we lose ourselves in the rhythm. When we're with our guides, we let the observation of their energy be the only thing we feel. We don't try to turn it into anything else. We just allow ourselves to feel that kind of transformative energy. Angel Blue, does that make sense to you? Another drink. Whew. You guys are making me thirsty. Oh, okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So let's do this here. Let's focus on getting our energy going. I'm just stretching a little bit. It's been almost 3 hours. I'm still going to go for another 2 hours or so. So let's do this. Let's do these ones. Let's do the thank you, Moon Honey. You didn't have to donate again. Jeez. Thank you so much. Okay. So if you want to ask another question, Moon Honey, you can. I'm going to address Angel Blue first, but thank you so much for the donation. You guys are knocking it out of it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just 1 second here. Let me take this too. Wow. Yeah, we're cooking with gas now. Okay. Just give me 1 second, you guys. Okay, there we go. All right, so Angel Blue. Why is my on again, off again soulmate of 7 years emotionally unstable the past week? Let's look at that. I can tell you one reason right off the bat. This Scorpio supermoon. Oh, it's been making me nuttier than squirrel turds. It really is though. This moon is very okay. It's a very powerful moon. It's been making me act a little fishy, I'm sure. And then some people loved it. Some people love it. For me, it's getting me to be more expressive, but since I'm a male, that kind of energy, it's hard for me to understand it. So like today, I sat down and I cried and I let myself feel things. I let myself kind of be in that moment. And that's hard. It's hard to do, but it's good. Yeah, very deep dive is the way I would describe it. Absolutely. Absolutely on deep dive. It's a good time to free yourself of emotional burdens, of just like letting yourself be expressive, okay, that's interesting. Okay, so Angel Blue, I got your first card here, and then I'm going to bring out the rest of these cards. So just give me a second, my friend. And Angel Blue, thank you so much for the donation, and then for being patient while I was talking. I appreciate that. Everyone here has been so kind when they donate. They're just very patient. And I appreciate that. So it's okay, Angel Blue. We'll go through this together, okay? Don't you worry about it. I already kind of have a feeling what the message is going to be, but I'm not going to try to bias it. So if another card comes up that is in a different direction, we'll go from there. But I have a feeling on what it's going to be already. So let's focus. And then I'll show you the cards. Don't worry. Ooh, there is a lot of energy in the room right now. So let's focus. No, you're good. No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about this. Angel Blue, it's not dark. It's not dark. None of it is, right? We're talking about when we're talking about the shadow self, that isn't even dark. It's a shadow, sure, and the shadow appears to show itself more during times of light, but the shadow in itself is not darkness. The shadow is merely a projection of the parts of ourselves that we feel ashamed of or we feel like are dark, but in fact really aren't. Everyone has a shadow. Okay. Well, I'll show you what I got here. I'm going to draw 2 more cards. So we have manifestation. Okay. We get chivalry. And then we get the distorted feminine in reverse. So this to me feels like it's an integration process. So especially during this time, there could be a partner that is going through a lot emotionally and they don't know how to express it emotionally. And this can make it difficult because this person who could be someone who's more stable or someone who's more secure in our lives has turned into someone who's not there for us in the same way. I feel like it's a temporary energy. I feel like it's a wandering energy, but there can still be repercussions for what's going on. So there's lessons that are being learned here from this person, or they could be refusing the lesson. But in my opinion, I feel like they're taking it and they're trying to learn from it. When I see the distorted feminine, when I see that in reverse, that to me is definitely speaking of, it's kind of like a healing energy, but we sort of have to go deeper to heal. If you want to take a scenario of someone, if I break a bone in my body, that stinks, that sucks. But if someone needs to go in to do surgery to make it so the bone heals properly, that sucks even worse. But then after, when the bone is fully healed and you feel, you feel better, then you're like, well, I had to do that. That's kind of the process. That's what I feel like is going on here. We're going into an injury that's like a broken bone, and now we're going into the surgery part. We're trying to place it. We're trying to understand where it is that we can place the stint. No, not a stint. That's for the heart. What is it called? Oh, my light just turned on really bright. We're trying to figure out where we can focus on putting the thing to set the broken bones. That's what I feel like is happening here. And Andrea, we'll get to your question, my friend. Okay, I know you were here last time, so we'll try and get to you. I'm still going to be live for 2 hours and 15 minutes to go yet, so we will definitely come back to you, my friend. Okay. But so far, Angel Blue, is what I'm saying making sense? I'm going to draw some more cards for you, but I'm just wondering if so far it's kind of resonating. Donated. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. Let me look at here. Give me 1 second. Okay, so it is making sense. Okay. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'm coming back, Angel. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to find my... Is it right there the whole time? Okay. Oh, wow. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much. Okay. He's in, by the way. Is he listening to this right now? Thank you, Kelly, for your donation. I really appreciate that. And for the synchronistic donation as well. That was awesome. Oh, he's in between. He's in between. I thought BTW meant by the way. So he's in, by the way. I just mic dropped on myself. That's how bad that was. Okay, hold on. Okay. Thank you, Rod. I appreciate that. He is almost at a healing process. That's what I'm seeing here. So what I feel is we have this card right here, and I'm feeling spirit coming in. So give me a second. That's coming in strong. Feels good though. It's like a jubilation. Juba. Feels good. Okay. Yes, Y-Band, you're up. You're the first free reading. I'm sorry, I take my time. You are first on the list. After we're done with Angel, Moon Honey, and then Kelly, we can go to Y-Band. Okay. I'm sorry you've been waiting for a while. Thank you for your patience. So Angel Blue, what I get is this, the Chivalry card. I feel like this person, and I'll show you again. I feel like this person is someone who doesn't want to show what they're going through. They're going through a difficult time. They don't want to show it. They feel maybe they could be a burden on other people. I feel like they want to heal. They want to go through this, but there's a sense of kind of isolating the self, being moody, being snappish, kind of a thing, because this person is kind of wanting to go through it themselves. They don't feel like they could even ask for help. So that's kind of what I'm feeling there. Apart from that, these wounds, this healing process that the person is attempting to go into, I feel like what's going to happen is this time around, they're going to enter a bit of the healing process. They're not going to show it that much, or rather they're going to have kind of, not a tantrum, but it's kind of like a, what would you call that? Like an emotional upheaval, and they're not going to show you that emotional upheaval as much. They're going to be grumpy or mean or snappish or standoffish, but they're not going to show you what's going on. I feel like the second time this kind of energy comes around, they're going to let you in their world a little bit more. This person feels guarded. They feel like they would rather, they want to be seen as kind of, not necessarily an alpha male energy, but they want to be seen as someone who is strong. And to them, they don't understand that the true strength lies in emotional development yet, but I think they'll get there. I think they'll understand that emotional vulnerability as they get older. So let this energy come in waves, let it pass, and try to understand it the best you can, and work on your stuff too. You know, work on everything that you can on your end. But that's what I'm feeling here. So does that make sense so far, Angel? Another drink, another drink. But you guys don't know this is vodka. No. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So let it come in waves, Angel. Let it come and be a witness to the energy that is happening. And you're so welcome. You're so welcome, my friend. Be a witness to the energy that's happening and try to not judge as much as you can. But if things get to a place where you're feeling uncomfortable with this person's energy, allow yourself to leave, allow yourself to take time for yourself, because this is a difficult process. But all we do to help someone heal through a difficult process is give them presence without judgment. So we observe and we try to help out as much as we can. And I feel like you can do that. I feel like you have been doing that just a little bit longer is what I'm feeling. What's going on, Kelly? You're doing good. You're doing good. Just give yourself time and allow yourself to come from a place of kind of, it's like a gentle nurturance kind of a place. Something that helps me personally is I always imagine this really kind and gentle, it's kind of like a mother figure on the other side that is helping me to make decisions. I try to be as kind and gentle on myself as possible, but I mess up sometimes, but then I just focus on being more kind and more gentle instead of saying, you messed up on being gentle, you're so dumb and stupid, because that's not being gentle either. It's a process. It's a, you know, we're learning, we're understanding. So, oh, let me do this here. You're doing good, Angel. Don't think you're not. Yeah, Kelly, you said OMG up there. I was curious what you were saying OMG to. If you don't mind me asking. You don't have to say it. I have a tiny dog too. Okay, you're just fine, Kelly. You are just fine. Okay, so let's move on to Moon Honey. I am doing good. I am doing really good. LP, I never leave. 25 hours a day, 375 days a year, I'm here. I promise. Okay. Wondering where I am in a spiritual journey. I've been through Dark Night of Soul. I've done a lot of inner work, but I don't want to become complacent. I feel like I'm in a good place, but I want to go deeper. So what I feel, give me 1 second. My eyebrow was twitching and I didn't want it to look like I was smelling what the rock was cooking is kind of what it looked like. I had to log off because of work. Okay. Oh, you're good, Kelly. Hey, everything's good. Everything is so good, you guys. Don't worry about it. Everything is, you know, to quote Matthew McConaughey, all right, all right, all right, you know. It's a bad impression, but you get what I'm saying, I think. All right. So LP, we could do a general here. I'm doing the paid readings right now, but let me see. So I'm on Moon Honey right now. And hello, Angela Martin. How are you doing? Guys, remember to like and subscribe to be put on the free reading list here. And I can add you guys, okay? Just like and subscribe. Wondering where I am spiritual journey. I've been through the dark night of the soul. I've done a lot of inner work, but I don't want to become complacent. I feel like you're in a good place. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, what's going on here? You shouldn't be making noise. Okay. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. Okay, so the best thing we can do, Moon Honey, for you're in a place you're wanting to spiritually develop, okay? How do we spiritually develop? How do we focus on that? It's a good question. I will tell you how after these messages. No, I'll tell you what we can do. So let's focus on the energy cards so I can see. And when we're focusing on these energy cards, what I'll say right now is the same way you would develop anything in your life is the same way we develop it spiritually or psychic ability. So I talk about when we're trying to learn a new skill, okay? What do you think is the best way to learn a new skill? All right, I'm being facetious, I know. Anyway, the best way to learn a new skill is to start out very, very small, okay? We come from a place where we don't know anything about that skill. We allow ourselves to be the student. We allow ourselves to not have preconceived biases. And we allow ourselves to listen and to be humble from a teacher perspective. We allow ourselves to take that in, okay, the humbling experience. Now, in the spiritual community, that can be very difficult. I've literally talked to someone who was developing spiritually. We were just having a conversation. And I said, well, do you read books? You know, do you do anything like that? She says, I don't need to read. I have it all figured out. And I'm thinking, I didn't argue with her. I just said, okay, that's awesome. But there are people out there that stop growing and then they allow themselves to become complacent. Moon Honey, you're not doing that. I'm just letting you know that there can be a spiritual ego that likes to come in. And when it does, it tends to play the card of like, well, I'm better than this. I don't need to learn. I've done that myself many, many times. Eventually you learn that you don't know everything and you go from there. So thank you, Angela. Wow. Okay, thank you. I will put you here. Thank you so much. Angela Martin. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. So Moon Honey, the best thing you can do is to allow yourself to become in that place. There is. The best thing you can do, the person I was talking to that's going to be helping me do the mentor, you know, helping me teach, he said to me, it was a few days ago, but he said, masters are boring. If you're ever talking to a master, then that's it. They've learned all they can learn and they're not going to be any better. A master, especially in spiritual development, you're never the master. In fact, it's the opposite. As soon as you say you have spiritual mastery, you don't. You're the furthest thing away from it. You can't master something like this. What you can do is learn to understand it a little bit better each day, but you will never master it. The best thing we can do is to learn and to embrace the fact that we know nothing and to go from that kind of energy. So, Moon Honey, like we were talking about, you're not going to become complacent, especially if it's something you're worried about. I feel like what you need is guidance. And the best thing to do is to put yourself in uncomfortable situations in spiritual development so that you can understand what that feels like. When we're uncomfortable, even if it's just a little bit, it enables us to grow. But we have to be uncomfortable, okay? The seed, I like this analogy. The seed right before it turns into a plant. Right before it starts sprouting, the seed cracks and it thinks to itself, this is the end, I'm going to die. But that's not the case. It comes out from the darkness into a beautiful plant or vegetable. And so shaking things up, like you just said, learning to be comfortable with being uncomfortable is a huge thing. And that's going to help your spiritual development. Okay. Learn to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, even slightly. Do something new that scares you a little bit each day. If you want to develop spiritually, look into developing spiritually. Look into really allowing yourself to learn. And the Facebook groups are a good option. You have psychic, you have mediumship, and there's subcategories in all of those. But the best thing you can do to learn more is to put yourself out there. And you're going to hear a lot of no's. You're going to hear a lot of no, that's not correct, or no, that's not right. But eventually you'll start getting yeses, and eventually you can start to trust your intuition. And if you treat it like it's a game, kind of like we're playing a video game, or kind of like we're playing a game, if you treat it like it's a game, you realize that there's really nothing to lose. If the worst thing that can happen is someone says no, yeah, it hurts the ego a little bit, but you learn from that no. You learn more from the no's in your life than you ever will from the yeses. So in my opinion, that's where we can kind of learn, and where we can absolutely, as you say, shake things up. You just have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, and you have to take small steps. So, whew, give me one more second here. Is what I'm saying making sense? Because that, and then I'll explain how to do that, because I've been talking about kind of the process of it. I'll explain how to do that. Okay, so how we do that is we take very, very small steps each day. You want to do psychic readings, you want to do mediumship, what do you do first? You learn what the connection looks like. You read about it, you understand it from that perspective. Learn a little bit each day so that you don't become overwhelmed. When we become overwhelmed, I feel like we hasten things and we try to hurry it up. And when we do that, we miss the point and we can burn ourselves out. So instead, what we can do is take small steps each day, small, teeny tiny steps each day, to try and understand something. The Facebook groups to me are a good option. I keep mentioning that because you're taking a bunch of people with one niche interest. That's mediumship development, that's psychic development, spiritual development. And generally there's teachers, there's admins in the groups that can help us. And for you, I feel like that would be the best thing. But we challenge ourselves slowly each day. So let me give you this example. And I hate when gurus and teachers tell you to do this, because to me it makes no sense. Someone will say, hey, you know, person, whatever. Someone will say, meditate 30 minutes a day, every day, you'll be fine. Things will be good, okay? I have a huge problem with that, because you're telling someone that's never meditated to meditate for 30 minutes. Do you know how hard that is? And then you're making that person feel like a failure when they can't do it. I think that's messed up. I hate that. That's the equivalent of me saying, hey, you want to get in good shape, run a marathon. Okay, a person's going to get themselves hurt, but all right, you know, they'll be in good shape. No, they won't. They're going to hurt themselves. What you do is you take gradual steps. So if you're new to meditating, okay, and there's no shame in saying that. If we can't clear our minds for a second, we live in a very anxious world. So to not be able to do that, I can completely understand, and I've been there myself many times. So what we do is we meditate for 10 seconds. Okay, when we have meditated for 10 seconds successfully, the next day or you know, in another hour, maybe 15 seconds, right? And we slowly build that up over time. And then we can understand what that's like to connect. And then we can understand what it's like to have that sense of peace, that meditation, that kind of spiritual lesson in our lives. Going out there and doing a bunch all at one time, the only thing that's going to do is burn you out or make you feel bad that you can't do it in the first place. That's my thoughts on it. Hopefully you guys can understand that too. But I think start small, work your way up. Perfect. Perfect. You told, that's another thing you do. invite spirit in. Now, here's something. Is everyone okay with me spending a little bit more time talking about this? I will get to everybody, I promise. I'm still going to be live for about 2 hours. So I'm just passionate about psychic development. So the three energies that we can have when we're working with spiritual development, there's three energies that we can have that will accelerate this process tremendously. Okay. And they're different, but they are the same. They're different, but they're the same. They seem different anyway, they're the same. So those three energies that we're talking about. Okay, good, Angela, thank you. Those three energies that we're talking about are curiosity, love, and let's see. Okay, so there's two energies. I can't remember the third one. So it's curiosity, love, and kind of just an openness to spirit. So what happens when we're focusing on those energies? So curiosity is the same as love, because curiosity is wanting to go into someone else's kind of world and understand where they're coming from. Genuine curiosity is that when we're connecting with spirit, when we're curious and we open the door for them, that says to them, they're like, oh, they want to hear what I'm about, right? When we're curious, when we're interested in spirit, then we can get messages from spirit. However, if on the other hand, we allow spirit to come in and then we bark orders at them, what's your name? Things like that. And we try and pressure information out from a spirit. It's not going to work as well. We can get answers, sure, but spirit doesn't like to be barked at. Spirit likes to come in, you're curious, and then they present themselves slowly. If you imagine each spirit, and spirits work differently, but spirit can tend to be shy. When they're connecting with a new medium or a new person, they tend to be shy and they reveal themselves slowly over the course of maybe an hour or over the course of maybe 5 minutes, depending, because the connection can be very quick with spirit. So we need to focus on having, gratitude, love, and curiosity for the spirits to come in. When we're grateful, and when we have a love, okay, this is where it gets interesting, and this is where I sound kind of like, this is where it sounds kind of hokey, but it is absolutely true, okay, I promise. When we have love, when we can focus on love, that energy, that brings us closer to spirit. That enables us to form a connection. That loving feeling, that is what brings us close to spirit. What brings us close to source, God, the universe, whatever you want to call it, that's what brings us close to it. The curiosity is a branch of the tree of that love that we're talking about. Gratitude is another one. If you imagine spirit coming to your house, how would you greet a best friend? How would you greet someone that you really cared about? You would open the door, there would be kindness, sit down, have a seat, tell me what's going on. Self-love, absolutely. Love is love, self-love is perfect. When we can come from a place of self-love, Liz, then we can come from a place of loving others, right? When we love the self, we can love others. So that's why when I talk about dealing with trauma, if we're going to be spiritual workers, we have to deal with trauma. And because we're spiritual workers, there is trauma to deal with. So it goes hand in hand. We're here to learn, but we're also here to kind of unburden ourselves at the same time, try to learn lessons, try to understand things from a different point of view. Mediums, psychic practitioners, tarot readers, dream analyzers, Reiki healers, or energy healers, anyone that's in a spiritual profession has generally had something happen in their life that spurred their growth towards that profession or towards that truth. They've had difficulties, they've had things happen in their lives, and then they came back and they said, wow, that actually helped me on my spiritual journey. At the time, though, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like destruction. It feels like things are just falling apart. But they are there to help us over time. So, Moon Honey, does that help answer your question? I kind of went on a rant there, but hopefully that helps. Oh, man. You'll have time, Moon Honey. You'll have time on this journey. You'll have many times where you'll doubt yourself, where you will think that you're not good enough to do what you're doing. But you are. The doubt comes from us. The doubt comes from within us. It's not something that... Good. Sandeep, you're 3 down on the free reading list, my friend. And thank you, Angela, for saying that made sense. I was hoping it did. I'm trying to teach this subject as well as I'm offering a class on it too. So I'm trying to get you guys into that place. Andrea, let's see. It's going to be a minute, okay? And I'm sorry. I'm sorry it's going to be a minute. I tend to take my time. And Joss Winder, you're at the bottom of the free list. Right now I'm doing the paid ones, but hold on. I have to get used to the intensity of all the feelings and sensations. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. And Moon Honey, yes, you do. And the way we get used to all those sensations is we let ourselves feel them. And that's a huge part too. Whenever we're experiencing a sensation, we don't label it as good or bad or this or that. Okay? We do not. When we're experiencing spiritual growth and we're experiencing that mediumship feeling, that power, that energy, because it's called sitting in the power. You're bringing up the power, right? When we're focusing on developing that, we don't label anything. If we feel cold, if we feel hot, if we feel this, if we feel that, I'm feeling spirit around me like crazy, okay? And again, the double shot espresso helps make this more entertaining for everyone, including me. But regardless, what I'm trying, and I had that hours ago, so it's not that, but LP, you are on the list, my friend. I put you on the list just barely because I get sidetracked. You're on the list. I am sorry about that. But basically, you allow yourself to grow over time. It's not a race, and spiritual development takes time. You're talking about tempering the steel, right? We're kind of these blades that are being forged, and we have to temper that steel. We have to get to a point where we can be there, and in order to do that, it's a gentle process. It's step by step. The detachment but involvement is very simple, Moon Honey. Again, none of it's simple, but then all of it is, right? Because I don't want to say that it's simple and then someone doesn't get it and then they feel bad because they don't get it. What I mean by simple is so you say you have to find a balance of detachment but involvement. What that is like this. If you're reading a story, generally you're not crying, even if there's an emotional part in the story. I mean, there can be sadness, there can be tears, but generally it's kind of like you're the observer of the story and you're just kind of looking at it, right? When we're really working with spirit, we're focusing on that connection, that intertwining energy. Generally, we don't feel emotion the way you would think. Like I've had people come to me that have had horrific deaths, and the spirit came through and I was giving this person the story. You're usually the observer. When you're connected with spirit, it doesn't do any good if the medium is crying and the person is crying. The medium has to be the observer and see that. And generally, spirit gives you their story in a way where it's emotional. You can feel the sadness, but generally, you don't usually cry. And after the connection is over, you wish the spirit well. You say, thank you so much for letting me experience your energy, for working with me. I really appreciated that. Thank you so much. And as long as you're grateful, again, gratitude, curiosity, and love are the ways to get to that place with spirit. So, but again, not labeling it absolutely. Don't label anything that we're going through. In fact, nothing is bad, but perception makes it so. Does that make sense? Nothing inherently is bad, but someone saying it is colors that perception bad. Things happen to us, yes. Bad things happen to us, yes, but it's the perception that makes it so, right? And that might sound callous, that might sound insensitive, but that's just kind of where I'm at on that journey. Of course, if something, bad happened to me, you wouldn't hear the end of it because I'm human. But when I'm talking about these concepts, that's kind of where I'm coming from, is that I don't want to label this as good or bad. I don't want to label a spirit as male or female. I don't want to do any of that. Our job, like if we feel a male energy, go for it. If we feel a female energy, go for it. But if we're stuck in binary thinking or duality thinking, we're limiting ourselves to what a spirit could be. Right. And we have to work on our biases. If we're going to go into mediumship, if we're going to go into psychic ability, we cannot be biased. This is hugely important. Okay. And I give the example of the color red. Someone saying that the color red is evil or it's bad, right? If I'm a psychic and I believe that, then that's going to make it so that if someone comes to me and they say they had a dream and there were these beautiful red colors, there was all these things going on, and there was this red underlying tone, I would say that's evil. I would be like, well, I hate that color. You should hate it too. I'm scared of the color red. You should be scared of it too. So working on our biases so that we don't transfer them onto the client or the sitter, the person that's in front of us, either online or in person, helps us to be better readers. We can't put our own biases onto another person because that immediately paints their world our color, and we don't want that. I have a lot to say about it because I've seen people. So Angel, I did Angel's reading. I'm doing Moon Honey's reading, and then I have Kelly's reading, and then Angela's reading, Corey. So we're moving along. I take my time with these questions. I try to make it so other people can understand what I'm saying too, and you guys seem to enjoy what I'm talking about, which again, thank you so much because this means a lot to me. But yeah. So Moon Honey, is all that making sense then? And again, this is my perspective. This is what I feel like is right for me. If it doesn't resonate with you guys, please don't take it as gospel. Please don't think that I'm the only, because I'm not. I'm learning. I'm learning too. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I'm just learning. Yeah, there you go. And Angela Martin, thank you for all the hearts. I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys are listening and letting me express this, because this is a part of myself that I love. I love the psychic development. Something about it just, I just love it. I'm thirsty for it, and so that's something I just love. But I'm also wanting to stay in a place where I can keep learning and not be stuck to one belief. In mediumship and psychic ability, there's a tendency to stick towards one way of doing things. Okay, great. But what about having the possibility of doing all the things? What about, like, get the structure down for mediumship, get the structure down for psychic connection, and then venture into your own soul expression, venture into your own path inside of yourself. But don't stick too rigidly to any one way of teaching or any one way of learning. Because Moon Honey, like you said, that again, that's a form of complacency. We need to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Okay, you have the others have donated also, Corey, but if you want to donate, we can do that. And I can address your question, Corey. Because you've worked with me before. We've done some energy work, so I trust your intention. I can move you up the line a little bit. So that's up to you. You want to donate, we can do that. You can do PayPal, or you can do it through here. So Angela Martin, how does a person know if they have that gift? So everyone has it, but we rediscover it as we get older, usually. Sometimes some people are born with it, right? Some people have it, it's switched on, and they're ready to go. Other people, like myself, and that's good, feel a lot through that heart chakra. Bring the energy to the solar plexus as well. That's where you're going to find that power. We've talked about this the last time. Your solar plexus, that fire within you, that's where mediumship comes from as well. That's willpower. Having that willpower and then bringing it up to the heart. So the willpower here, okay? And then the heart, we let go. The willpower is about having something happen, and then the heart is letting go and letting something happen. So we're building up that energy and we're pushing it out. Okay, so how does a person know if they have that gift? So generally speaking, you're here right now, Angela. I feel like you have a gift. I feel like everyone has a gift, but if you're watching, you're interested, right? And I feel like that's something that's hugely important in this kind of thing. If you're here, you're watching me, you're interested in what I'm saying, there's a gift inside of you that's wanting to express itself, right? And I do feel like you have a gift. Okay, probably clairsentience, probably more empath related. You probably feel other people's emotions. That in itself is a psychic ability. So that's a psychic ability, and we can hone in on that as time goes on. Sometimes, though, we're too much of an empath. We take on too much of people's bullshit, so to speak. But everybody has a gift. We just need to rediscover it within ourselves. Kelly, no, you didn't miss your turn. You're coming up. You are coming up, and then I'm going to Angela for her turn. I'm going to address Corey's question, and then Kelly, you're up, okay? All I want to know is I had another psychic I spoke to and told them about my upheaval. Remember last time we spoke about my upheaval, you were 100% on the nose. She seemed very intuitive and pulled a storm card and another purpler card, so 2 purple cards. Okay. She also said that my conceptualization of whatever is happening to me will hit me or be understood in 3 days. So with this context, my question is something significant on my journey going to happen in 3 days? To me, that's a maybe. I feel like the 3 days seems a little spiritual advancement happening in 3 days. If something does happen, let me know. But I mean, if you want to, we could donate. We could look at that. But I'm thinking she's intuitive and she has something going on. I don't know about the 3 day mark though. I generally don't try to set something within 3 days unless it's like if someone's meeting someone, but spiritual concept and your mind opening up in 3 days, she could be taking that energy and putting it into the future, so to speak. But that's, I can look at that, but I'm just thinking there could be something that happened. When did she give you the 3 day notification? It probably was, I would assume, not too long ago. It was today. Okay. Here's what I feel is going to happen, Corey. So you're going through the emotional upheaval part. That is generally the most difficult part. And you will go through levels of realization, the conceptualization, all that kind of stuff. You'll probably have more of an intuition or more of a clarity of what's going on, but at the same time, you won't. The whole part with waking up, the awakening, isn't so that we become awake. It's so that we understand the experience of the journey, so to speak. We're never, in my opinion, in this body, I don't think we're ever fully awake. We're always going back into the dream. We're going back into the Maya. We get glimpses. We get glimpses here and there of different realities or of different ways of being or different kinds of existence. But the conceptualization that you're talking about, you're going to be learning a lot. 3 days, I'm not sure about 3 days, but give me 1 second here. But if you want, Corey, we could do, you want to do $5? I can look at what could happen in 3 days. But if not, I would say we can just kind of leave it here if you need to rush off to bed or something. But I would say, honestly, if something does happen in 3 days, that's great. But it's up to you. See, 3 days is such a small amount of time. It's up to you to experience that or not. And okay. So you know what you need to do, but you're facing resistance. The resistance is you, right? There's a fear. Letting go, having something else come in. Go for it, man. Go. You put in the $5. We'll address it, and then we'll go from there. And then I can. I did feel that. I felt when we were connecting, there was a sense of letting go. There was a sense of trying to move through that. I feel like it happens where it's like I let go, I let go, I let go. I hold on, and then I get upset at myself for holding on, and then I hold on to that upset feeling of holding on, and then I feel like it can go down a spiral. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I always come back and I want to let go, but I can't. I want a sign from spirit. In body form, and spirits try to connect with me when I am not on medication. I'm going through emotional disconnect between almost reaching 5D and 3D. Okay, Kelly, that is interesting, and we'll get straight to your question here. I'm going to do this one real quick. Hold on. You're okay. Okay, so Kelly, the spiritual significance of being able to see spirits, in my opinion, is to show you that there's something beyond this physical life. If you're able to see spirits, you're able to interact with spirits, you're pretty advanced, because most of us have a harder time understanding that. I feel spirit, and I'll see images. I don't necessarily see spirit in that way, though. Sometimes I do, but that's an advanced ability. And there can be some enlightenment that comes with that. But there's also going to be upheavals of sort, just like what Corey's talking about. There's going to be a sense of upheaval. Generally, people that have significant spiritual abilities, sometimes there can be a detriment in another area. Hi, Tiffany. If you want to like and subscribe, I can put you on the list. Thank you, Corey. I appreciate that. I've never spelled Tiffany like that. Tiffany. Right there. Okay. Thank you, Corey. Okay, perfect. Thank you, my friend. You even sent a little bit extra to cover the cost. I appreciate that so much. Okay. So I'm just putting your name down here. Okay. Thank you so much, Liz. You can go. I appreciate your effort. I really appreciate you helping out, though. You're awesome. You have a good night, okay? And thanks again. You did an amazing job, and again, I really appreciate that. Okay. So, okay, Corey, you're wanting a sign from spirit. I'm going to let you in on a little secret here, okay? And maybe this goes into, well, Kelly can see spirit, but I'll tell you something from spirit. The more we want something to happen, the less likely it's going to happen. And the way I saw you type in all caps, you want a sign from spirit. When me and you connected and I was able to get some things from you, what do you think that was? I'm just going to throw that out there. What do you think that was, Corey? Do you think that was possibly a sign from spirit? Because it was. Spirit works through people. Spirit works through situations. Spirit works through the environment. Spirit works through animals. That's how spirit works. So when me and you connected, that was a sign from spirit. That was a confirmation from spirit. Okay. And it didn't, it was something where you got to experience it kind of slowly, and it unfolded, and that kind of changed your reality a little bit. That kind of worked into your psyche, the paradigm shift that we're talking about. That wouldn't have happened if spirit wasn't there to help that change manifest. Now I know what it's like. You get one sign from spirit, you want another, right? Okay, so, and yeah, it was a sign. Right. The harder we hold on to wanting to get a message from spirit, do you know what happens? Here's the funny part. Okay. See, I'm getting passionate again, so let me go over this. When we're holding on to getting a message from spirit, what we're doing is this. We're seeing stuff. We're just like this. We're like this. We have the blinders on. Okay, gosh, I look freaky like that. No. Okay, we do this. We have the blinders on. We're saying, I just want something to appear right in front of me. I want a sign. I want a neon sign that says spirit, and it says, look here, Corey. You know, that's not going to happen, right? We want that, but what we're doing when we say, I want a sign from spirit, is we're blocking out everything else that could possibly be a sign, because we don't know how spirit will present itself, but we're saying now, right? And I'm over exaggerating, so please don't get offended, but it's kind of that mentality of like, I want something to happen, but then something happens, then you're like, well, that wasn't it. I want something to happen. A bird lands on your shoulder and you're like, well, that was weird, but no, spirit communicates subtly most of the time. It's not going to be anything huge most of the time. When we get more spiritual, when we understand things more, and I understand you're in this cognitive dissonance right now, right? You're in this cognitive dissonance. And what I mean by that is you're wanting to think one thing while you're thinking another thing. That's cognitive dissonance. So when we're in that state, it's easier to think in extremes. It's easier to be like, it does exist, it doesn't exist. Right now you're in the middle, and that middle that you're in is very uncomfortable. So you want to go to one side of the fence or the other. It's kind of a lot to sit in the middle because it's anxious. It's like you said, it's hyper. It's this kind of energy that's hard to deal with. So that's what I'm talking about here. You're in that stage now, cognitive dissonance, right? And it gets easier. I was there too. Definitely I was there. It does get easier, but it's going to be a slower process. You kind of had a sneak peek, and you'll be able to get more and more, and you'll understand the concepts as time goes on. But it's gonna take time. You're generally not going to have something that happens. You're not going to look in the mirror, have a full body materialization of somebody appear, say, hey, I'm spirit, and then disappear. It'd be cool if it happened, but generally we're looking at focusing on you're bringing spirituality into mundane reality, the mundane everyday. Spirituality is mundane everyday reality. Hollywood, different things have made it so that spiritualism, psychic ability, mediumship has been sensationalized. And when that happened, it killed that spiritual part of us, because we believed that it had to be sensational for there to be spirit. And we stopped listening to the subtleties. Instead, we went from trying to hear a whisper in a thunderstorm to just listening to the thunder. And we need to go back to hearing that whisper. We need to go back to hearing that subtle energy again. Okay, so that's where you're at. And yes, and intuition is subtle. At first, it's subtle. Okay, that's a part that's interesting. At first, intuition is incredibly subtle. Eventually, it's not so subtle. It starts out very subtle, but it's kind of like we're tuning into a radio station. At first, you can kind of hear the radio station, right? Yes, over time, it shines through more. Absolutely, absolutely. You've got this. You already know. You already have your intuitive ability. You get it. Right, the tingling, stuff like that comes to people. Intuition, insight, images, smells, whispers. These things all come to people, but it takes time. It just does. And in the meantime, you can learn, you can read books, you can kind of go into different areas. And I can help you with that. I was there once before in the exact place you were. And then I learned that the world exists in a much, much bigger way than we could possibly think. And so it's difficult now. Things will change. I know that it's when you're in that cognitive dissonance stage, it's hard because it's like this way or this way, this way or this way. I'm an extreme thinker myself. I understand that. So it takes time. Being gentle with the process, as I always say, is good. Then do this, Corey. If you have yeah, Corey in the it's a good username. But let me take another drink here. Here's the funny part. Putting importance on meditation It's like the opposite, because when we meditate, we let go. Putting importance on meditation makes it so we can't let go, which in turn is kind of like a spiral, right? Of course you can, Corey. Let me do that for you. Let's do that. I'm sorry, Corey, that's the case. And Moon Honey, if you wanted to do a session where it's me and you, and we could focus on doing that, we could. I feel like a more private setting would work a little better for that, in my opinion, and we could focus on that if that's something you'd want to do. I'm not quite getting there yet, but you're welcome, Kelly. Do you have? Well, Kelly, if you have any other questions, though, we can absolutely go into that. I'm just addressing Corey here, but I appreciate all the donations. Everyone's been amazing. And Kelly, I really appreciate your donation too. You are awesome. Let me doing this for Corey here. And right now I'm feeling a tenseness. I'm feeling a tenseness in my heart. And that feels I feel like I'm pulling a string back on like a bow and arrow, and the tension is building and then it snaps. So, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, let me get a card for you, Corey. I'm just shuffling these cards. Yeah, the anxiety, that's what I can feel. Nana 99. So we can do $5 for one question, or we can do $10 for 3. And Angela, thank you again for the donation. Again, you're amazing. I appreciate you. Hopefully I haven't been rambling on too much. Okay. That's a good question. What type of spiritual business should you start? So let me draw a card here for this, and then I'll address Kelly again, and then it's Angela. So you're good, Corey. I understand. We've worked together before. Your energy reminds me a lot of myself. That's kind of why I let you butt in front of the line. I understand being there. I understand being in that place. And so I want to help as much as I can that way. So let's do a card here, and then I'm going to go on to the next person. Okay, my friend, if that's okay with you. And let's see what we get for Corey. I'll address Kelly and then wow. Okay, thank you, Nana. Let me. Thank you so much, Nana. I appreciate that very, very much. Okay. Well, you've been good to me, my friend. So let's see what we get. This is funny. This is literally okay. Let me right here. I love that. I love that. Okay, so we have this as your card. Goddess of the Moon. Trust. Let's try that again. Trust your intuition, which is funny because you're talking about not being able to let go and trust it. It's there, Corey, and I think you've been feeling a pull. Like you've probably watched me and you've watched other people work on YouTube or on other platforms. You're very interested. You're learning about it. I feel like, though, there's a sense of you trying to hold on to to discover something deeper. There's nothing else deeper going on here. You're observing it for what it is. You are observing it. And this is what it is. Understanding these abilities, understanding what it means to be a psychic or a medium, is basically that we help people heal. But we have to heal ourselves first. We have to understand that first. You're on your way to breaking through resistances. There's a lot of resistance. That doesn't mean that it's not going to be possible to break through. You will break through. But this is a time in your life where there's a lot of energy. You're trying to make sense of it. You're still very young. And this is going to be a little bit difficult. But you have everything you need to understand this. And if you have that procrastination towards important things, okay, like I said, meditate. When we meditate, and when I say meditate, I mean 5 seconds. I mean 5 to 10 seconds we start meditating. We don't go with that 30-minute bullshit because it does nothing. It does nothing for us. Okay, we start with 5 to 10 seconds on meditation, clearing our mind. And once we got that down, we can try a longer amount of time from there. We don't start with 15, 20 minutes of meditation a day. Let's start small. Let's get to a place where we can clear our mind. And then what happens as a result, when our mind is clear, then when subtle spirit messages come in, guess what happens? We understand them. We receive them. We feel an impression. When our mind is racing all the time, it's like a thunderstorm over the ocean. There's rain falling in the ocean. There's all these drops. There's all these ripples. The seas are stormy. When we calm ourselves, our pool of water becomes clear. And if spirit throws a rock in that water, we're going to know where it came from. We're going to know who threw it to an extent. So we need to work on how to calm ourselves, on how to get to that space. But start very small, my friend. Don't feel like you have to do all this at once. You're excited. I get that. You don't have to do all of this at once. Okay, so that's my message to you, my friend. And that was the card that we got, the Goddess of the Moon. The moon is the subconscious. It's about trusting the intuition. Again, we can talk about more of that another time. We can talk about the subconscious. But for now, I think I'm going to let you go. I've got to address some other people's questions. But I thank you so much, my friend, for tuning in and for watching me burp live on stream. You guys didn't hear it. That was a burp. Whew. Awesome. I look forward to seeing you, my friend. Okay. Let's do this here. Let's go to Kelly's question. Kelly said, what type of spiritual business should I start? I am too, my friend. You have a good evening, and I'll see you on Wednesday, it sounds like. Oh, trust me, I will. I'm very good at resting. There's a meme that says, some guy comes up and says, I thought you were interesting. And then the person says, no, I'm into resting. Like, sleeping. Anyway, it was funny. That one made me laugh. That's a dad joke for you. Okay. Okay, so Kelly, are you still there? And Angela, thank you for your patience. You've donated. And generally, I'm a little more on top of things. When I'm talking about psychic ability, though, I kind of lose myself in that. And if you guys are interested in the end of July, the start of August, I'm going to be launching a class with my mentor. Hopefully, I'm going to talk with him next week, and we're going to see what we can do for you guys. But I'll be launching a class anywhere from 6 to 12 weeks, and you guys can look at that. I posted it in the chat there if you're interested. Good. All right, Kelly, are you there? You said, what type of spiritual business should I start? Let me see if you're still there. Indeed. Okay, perfect. You're still there. So what type of spiritual business should you start? I feel there's a sense of flow, of flowiness with you. So I'm trying to understand where that could be into a spiritual business. Have you tried, well, let me ask you this. Have you tried other spiritual businesses? Lindita, if you like and subscribe, I can put you on the list. Okay. Okay, so Kelly, have you, okay, what kind of businesses have you started in the past here? What's something that have you tried doing psychic readings? Have you tried doing tarot? Have you tried establishing something like that? There's a lot of places we can go into the spirituality part of it. And so I'm asking questions here. And I can get a little bit more. Let me see what I can get here. Thank you so much, Lindita. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm curious what you've tried. Have you tried doing tarot? Have you tried? I get a flowy sense of energy from you, and it feels very, it's a strong flow that I feel from you. It's a stronger energy, and so I'm trying to place what that would be good in. Okay, a little bit. Never. Have you tried doing energy healing before, Kelly? Going into the healing arts. There's a flow with you that feels natural. It feels patient, it feels kind, and it feels grounded, but at the same time it feels light. And so I feel energy healing. I feel something to do with healing. Tarot does take time. It does. And the best way to learn tarot is actually, I think Gaia offers a course on it. If you've ever heard of that, it's a spiritual channel. They offer a course on it. Really interesting, because the tarot is all about archetypes and subconscious, well, archetypes, right? You have your major arcana, your minor arcana. So the best thing to do when you're saying what spiritual business should I start, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm always looking for something. I'm always looking for like that next thing, right? And so what I like to do, the thing I like to do is I like to think of what would be a thing that I love that I could bring to other people. So whatever it is that you're passionate about, you could bring that into a spiritual practice, okay? Or you can start out new. You can start doing something else. For instance, I like doing energy work and I like doing tarot. I combine those two together. So it becomes kind of a thing. And I like doing different things. I like doing mediumship. I like doing, so that's something that I feel like is really important to focus on, whatever you would like that way. But you can bring the two kind of worlds together. And I think I do get healing vibes with you. And I feel like there was something that happened at a young age where possibly there was some kind of healing incident that happened too. I'm getting a sense of seeing you when you were younger, and I feel like there's a force protecting you. I feel like there's something there, and there's something strong there. So that's what I'm feeling. The best advice I can give for starting a business is, if you really want to do something, you really want to get your name out there or do something like that, is do something common, but in an uncommon way. To me, that's something that's huge. That's something that can help a lot of people, and it can help give you kind of a hook, or it can help give you an angle that you can work with. You have healer energy, and that is something that can be cultivated. That's something we could work with. If you would want, we can Life Path 7. Okay. And if you would want, we can do like more of a private thing where me and you are talking, and we can address how to do these abilities. I offer those on my website. We can address how to expand on those abilities and what you would feel like could be a possible good match for you. So the life path is numerology. I don't know all the numbers. I know there's a few numbers, but I don't know all of them. You have your life path, you have your soul urge, you have different numbers. I wish I knew more about that. I don't. Right, yes, like Kelly said, it's numerology. And so something I haven't looked a ton into. I need to though. But if you want, we can work closer together and find something for you if that works for you, Kelly. If not, I could completely understand. But that's kind of what I'm feeling would be something. And we can focus on energy healing, or we can focus on developing different things. But I feel like that would be beneficial. So that's up to you. You have it in you regardless of if you work with me or not. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. But if you want a little more guidance, we could do that if that's okay with you. Okay. So does that kind of help answer the question for you? Mystic Poet Magic Number. Is that for the Life Path 7 or what is? Oh, you were probably answering LP. Okay. Okay. So now let's do. So Kelly, does that help answer your question for you? Because now I can go to. I think I can go to Angela's reading here. And then I can go to Nana's reading. You're very welcome, Kelly. Thank you so much for the donation, the contribute. I really appreciate that. So let's go to Angela. Are you still there, Angela? You get to ask your question now. I'm gonna light that one last incense, so I'm just gonna go right back here. Okay. Oh, you're okay, Andrea. Are you talking to me, Angela, or are you talking to Kelly? Oh, okay. What gift do you have and what path? Okay, so I honestly feel like I am more of what is called a. You have what are called grounders and you have like light workers. I feel like I'm more of a light worker. A grounder is someone who can. Okay, one of your questions, then you wanted a general. So we'll address both of those, but I'll address this one first. So I feel like my ability or my gifts lie in I can do the tarot, spiritual messages. Sometimes I'm still working on connecting. I can do psychic messages, and I can do energy healing, astral projection. That's kind of like where I can take people out of body. Like my guides do that. I don't do that, but my guides can help take people out of body. Or I can do what's called it's something that I sort of made up, but I didn't. I just don't know the name for it. It's where I work with you and I can have you feel different sensations depending on what kind of energy we work with. Depending on how open and receptive you are, we can work through different kinds of energies. We can work through feeling different elemental energies. We can work through feeling. I would help people to feel what it was like to be on ayahuasca, or I would help people to feel what it was like to be on peyote, or these different kind of psychedelic drugs. That was sort of in line with the astral projection a little bit, but that's where my ability lies. So I'm someone who can help other people discover their own potential. I guess like someone who helps unlock the door, so to speak. Or rather my guides unlock the door. But yeah, so does that make sense to you, Angela? Okay. And then we can work on a general here. But that's where my abilities lie. So I can help people see the potential and help them uncover different parts of themselves. I can, if I connect, I should be able to see what gifts you have, what gifts are available. You have the empathy. I feel like you have, it's like clair-empath or clairsentience. You feel other people's emotions. I definitely feel like you have that. Maybe even a little bit of medical intuitive ability as well, where you can tell what's wrong with someone, possibly. Maybe you've had an experience with that. I'm not sure, like medically, or you feel like something's wrong with somebody. I feel like you probably feel tugs in your stomach when something's about to happen. I feel like that's something. So you could have a little bit of like a prophecy, understanding that. Those are kinds of energies that I'm feeling. I feel like you're in tuned. I feel like there's energy there. Maybe you don't know necessarily what to do with it, but I feel like there's energy there that's coming from you that is of that nature. Does that resonate with you? Okay. And we can develop those over time. Not me and you personally, unless you want to work with me in that way, then we could. But just in general, when we focus on the abilities that we want to develop, we allow ourselves, like how I was telling other people, when I said focus on allowing yourself to, right, you don't know what to do with this. So that's something that happens over time. You'll learn how I call them soul expressions. You'll learn how your soul expression comes through you, but it's going to take time, and it takes the gentleness that we've talked about. You've heard me say it a few times. But there's a gift there. You develop it, or you can develop it. Facebook groups, okay, on interests that you have, like developing psychic ability, developing healing, developing mediumship. If we join those groups and we practice with other people, then we can learn what that is. And generally, there's like free classes you can take in those groups that talk about how to develop. It'll take a little bit longer. Like if you enter a paid course, it's a quicker form of development. But I honestly think doing the free route's good too, because you can learn a lot from people. And other people in the group on the Facebook will ask questions, and you can learn from there. Absolutely. Absolutely you can. So when it comes to that, I feel like the only reason you probably would have heard that is because you have a presence about you. You have a way of letting other people step into their sense of power, that feminine energy, and that's a rare gift. There you go. That's perfect. You already have kind of something that you're good at, and you can expand on that with pregnancy issues. That's something else you can do too. That's anything that you can do that's like of a niche interest like that, that's good. And then you can expand on it, and you can learn different abilities from there. But you can explore those kinds of issues. It sounds to me like you already have something you can do. And I honestly think that, in my opinion, I don't even think you have to put your hands over somebody. I feel like you can think to somebody that you want them to get better, and I feel like that's already helping them get better. I feel like you don't even have to be a hands-on healer. You give people an emotional sense of presence that allows them to find the healing within themselves, because you help them and you look at them in a non-judgmental way, and you're there for them. And to me, that's a healer, 100%. And you have that with you. So I believe that could be your path for sure. That could be something that you could focus on for sure. Generally, that's what happens. We go through major issues ourselves so that we can find our own ability. My mentor said that through your trauma, that is your superpower. For instance, I feel like if we've been through a hell of a lot in this life and we've had our issues, to be able to open ourselves up, be vulnerable, trust again, to be able to be what we did not have growing up, to be able to be that person that we did not have growing up, that takes courage, and that takes healing, and that takes vulnerability. You have all of those, and that's something that you can learn moving forward. And I'm hearing the words less karmic path. So I feel like you're someone who came here to work on your karma so you can have less of it. That's why things were difficult for you when you entered and when you had to go through certain issues and obstacles. So I feel like you're working through those issues, and the more you work through those issues, the more you can see other people with similar issues, or just relate with people that have issues in the first place, and you can say, I can be there for you. I can give you presence. I've gone through it too. I've gone through the dark night of the soul. I've gone through the transformation process, and I'm here to tell you, you're not dying, you're being reborn. And that, I feel like that comes back. So that's what I'm feeling with your energy, with your presence. So that seems to be making sense. That's good. That's good. You have it in you to be the very thing that you want to be, right? You can be the change you want to see in the world. I feel like there's fear in stepping up to that kind of responsibility, but I don't feel like that's something that you're necessarily afraid of. I feel like you handle responsibility well. I feel like maybe there's fear in getting rid of what no longer serves you to reach your goals. But again, I feel like that's something that's becoming less and less of an obstacle. I feel like this is something you can do. Hi, Wanda. I'll add you here. We're working on some other paid readings here, but thank you so much for coming by. And thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that very, very much. We can do that. So, Angela, did you have another question that we can go over? And again, thank you, Wanda. Hopefully you're having a good night so far. And you're lucky I can do some mediumship. I'll see if I can tune in and get some stuff going for you. See if I can get some impressions for you. And thank you again for the donation. Just general. Okay. Okay. You're welcome, Wanda. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. General relationship and whatever comes out. Okay. General relationship and whatever comes out. Okay. Not yet, Wanda. I'm sorry. It's going to be a little bit. I have this person and then one person in front of you that's also paid, and then I can get to your question, okay? Hopefully that's okay. Okay. We have this for you, Angela. Just have to look. Okay, we have this for you. So we have the Magician in the Mirror. And then we have Six of Swords. So we're searching for our potential. We're searching for our manifestations, is what I'm feeling like. So this is us going on a journey. We're trying to understand our purpose. We're trying to understand what it is we can bring to the world, right? Now, then I get these cards. I get third chakra, Archangel Chamuel in reverse, and then I get I get 5 of coins. So you're out in the cold here with 5 of coins. This kind of energy that we're focusing on is going to be, where do we put ourselves? I feel like there could be some self-esteem issues here that we're talking about. When we're talking about the third chakra, that deals with willpower, and that deals with going out, getting what we want out of life, going out there and kind of doing what we need to do. I feel like there could be things that have happened that have kind of beaten us down or worn us down. So would you say you've experienced depression or anxiety lately? Is that something that kind of a theme that's been going on in your life lately? Okay. So then I get these 2 cards here, Cornucopia in reverse. And then I get 2 of Swords in reverse. Okay. So this right here, we're talking about not knowing what it's like to enter that kind of abundant energy or that flow. I feel like you have a very good heart. I feel like you're someone who is very kind, but I feel like you give to others and then you don't give to yourself. I feel like if you were a watering, if you were a glass of water, okay, you would water everyone else's plant, but you wouldn't water your own. I feel like there's a tendency here to be someone who is a give personality, and not someone who necessarily says they need help or that they can get help from the people around them. So I feel like there's a strong kind of energy, and I do feel like, right, okay. And that can be a lot. Absolutely, that can be a lot. So what I'm seeing here is that there's a tendency to overgive, right? With a sick daughter, that's different. But I feel like it's not just the sick daughter. I feel like other people in your life, you have a tendency to kind of lay down, let them get what they want. But then in return, I feel like you don't take care of you. I feel like there's not a time for me to get what I want necessarily. And maybe we've even lost ourselves in that process. We've kind of gone into a place where we've lost ourselves in not necessarily establishing a strong identity. And so when we don't have that strong identity, we can focus on not being necessarily present in the moment. This will make it so that we enter a depressive state. And then from there, it becomes harder for us to understand what we want out of life because we've never been told to go after anything that we want. And we don't even know what that looks like. Right. So that's what I'm feeling that's going on here. And the way we can fix this is for you to rediscover yourself slowly. Again, all of this is a slow process. The rediscovery is a slow process. Okay, let me do this for you. Okay, you have what's called, in your brain, you have a default mode network. Okay, have you ever heard that term before? DMN, when we're talking about the brain? I can show that to you. So the DMN that we're talking about, default mode network. What does that mean? So imagine, if you will, that there's fresh snow on the ground. Okay, we'll go into a little bit of a story time. Imagine that there's fresh snow on the ground. And imagine that you are on a hill. Okay, there's this snow-covered hill. Very beautiful, but there's an incline. Okay, you take your sled up to the top of the hill, and when you go down, you make a path, right? Our brain likes to do this. So if you imagine the white as the snow, and that line right there is the path that the sled goes down when it's going down the hill, every other time we try and think of something, it's going to enter the same grooves that your sled went into, and other thoughts are going to go down this exact same path. It's called the default mode network. It's the way we think about life in general. And for us to change our perspective from the default mode network, it can feel very weird. It can feel wrong. For instance, you've probably had a moment in your life where you've tried to stand up for yourself, or you've tried to do something and immediately it felt gross or it felt wrong. You felt like this just doesn't feel right. Am I correct in saying that? Maybe you've stood up for yourself and you're like, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel like this is something I should be doing. If not, that's okay too, but there can be those instances. And we can be around people that further that kind of story by saying, yeah, you're right, that's not right. You should never stand up for yourself or whatever. But this right here, over time, we can actually change the way we think. But at first, it's going to feel weird. It's going to feel wrong. When we change the way we think, when we're changing our paradigm, when we're changing the way we think, that's something that we have to focus on. There's a shift going on here. And when we're focusing on changing, it's going to feel very weird. It's going to feel very wrong, raw, vulnerable. It's not going to feel quite right. But eventually that starts to feel better. But we have to establish the boundary, and we have to take steps in our life towards allowing us to express ourselves in order for that to happen. And at first, it's not going to feel right. Okay. And you need to establish that. You have this empathetic ability, right? You're an empath. But what happens is, if you go around all the time expressing other people's emotions, but you never express your own, you lose yourself, you lose your sense of identity. So you need to go back, you need to establish boundaries, you need to say, I'm important, I need to do this, and you need to focus on feeling your own emotions for the first time in a while. And at first, they're probably not going to feel very pleasant, if I can be completely honest. But eventually it gets lighter, it gets easier, and you start working through traumas, and you start working through things that have happened in your life. And we can, like I said, we can work together through that. If you want to, you can reach out through my site and we can do some sessions together. But that's what I feel like is going on. Does all of that make sense? Okay. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to, hopefully it's okay with you if I go to the next person in line here. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me do that. I didn't understand what you meant by that. So let me do that for you real quick. So these are true love cards right here. Let's look at the relationship part of this. Let's see what we can get for that, okay? Let's do this here. Let's do another one here. Angela, you are so welcome. Okay, you deserve this. Okay, you are very, very welcome. And you're always welcome on the channel too. So stop by more often. I love your energy, love your vibe. You're awesome. So let's see what we can get for you. Okay, I'm just going to shuffle here, get these cards going. And I appreciate you so much. You helped out the channel a lot. You donated a lot, and I appreciate that. Helps me to keep doing what I'm doing. Okay. So I get these cards for you. We get spiritual maturity, the divine masculine, and the silver waterfall. So the relationship you're in, you're wanting someone who can be mature with you, who can be your spiritual equal. I'm feeling like the relationship you're in now isn't necessarily that. There could be games that are being played with this person. So am I correct in saying that? Do you feel like there's this person in the relationship plays games with you? I can define that if I need to, but I feel like you know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure actually. Okay, so let me ask you a few questions, and then you can answer yes or no. So I'll ask you a question. I'll wait a second, and then you can answer. Instead of me asking you a bunch of questions, I'll just go with one at a time, and I'll wait to hear back from you. Would that work for you? Okay. So first question is going to be, does your partner remove themselves from you to punish you? Do they punish you with their absence? Yes, but more like here without being here, kind of. So that's the thing, is that emotional absence doesn't mean that the person can't be in the same room. Emotional absence is when someone is kind of like refusing to connect with you in a more intimate way, and then if you try to ask for that connection, they can like turn away, or they can be more avoidant, if that makes sense. Hey, Mrs. TMI, how you doing? How was your weekend? Okay. Okay. All right. And do they, if you get, okay, let me ask you this. If you get mad at them for something, do they try to turn the tables on you and get mad at you for something? Is it kind of like if you say something to them, they'll be like, oh, yeah, well, you do this. Do they do anything like that? Okay, that's another thing. So closed off emotionally. So that makes it kind of difficult to connect if someone's closed off emotionally. In fact, it makes it impossible because, and that in turn can increase your empathic feeling, right? There we go. Okay, so that's what I'll talk about right now. You get frustrated. You're an empath, okay? You're with a partner who's emotionally stunted, and they're probably refusing to work on themselves emotionally, or they don't know what that means. So what you tend to do, being an empath, is you will try to express his emotions because he can't. You in turn get frustrated, right? You get frustrated. This person's not expressing their emotions. They get frustrated because they see in you their own trigger, their own wound, and then they don't know what to do. And generally, there's like a separation, or there's something that happens. There's a distance that happens because of that. Because you're showing them how they are. They don't want to see how they are. They walk away. They don't understand. And that's kind of this life cycle of a man that's unemotionally attached or unemotionally involved in their own life. So, does that make sense? You're expressing his emotions that he cannot express, is what an empath does. Celebrated another birthday. My brother's. Oh, when was his birthday? When was your brother's birthday, Miss TMI? Mrs. TMI, I should say. I've seen the dynamic so many times, Mrs. TMI. I've seen it. And you know what? In the beginning of my relationship with my girlfriend, same way. Awesome. Well, tell him happy birthday from a stranger on the internet, and that won't freak him out. That'll go over real well. But well, yeah, yes, you're right. Yesterday, technically, I'm not going to be that person. Yeah, Mrs. Tim, you're good. You're good. I'm still on Tokyo time, whatever that means. Uh, yes, I feel something. I ask if this is how he feels. He says no. I would tell you. Okay, that's another thing. If you feel something from him, you're like observing his body language. He's like this, and he's just like, you know, and you say, "Are you mad at me?" And he says, "No." Nope. That's gaslighting. Right. But that's gaslighting. That's crazy making. You're seeing something from him. He's sitting here like this. He's showing you body language. He's being distant. And you're saying, is something wrong? And he's like, no, I would tell you. And then if you ask again, he gets upset. And he's like, I would tell you if something was wrong. I don't know why I have to pretend to be a man. I am a man. So I don't know why I did that. Right. Gut feelings. Okay. But you are feeling something. You're feeling something from him and he's not expressing it. And that makes it frustrating. Right. Okay. So, in my opinion, I feel like you deserve better than that. Because generally speaking, Nikki YY, if you want to like and subscribe, then I can put you on the free reading list. We'll see if we have time for the free reading list. Today has been, we've done well today, so I appreciate everyone that's come in. But you deserve better, Angela. Exactly. Mrs. TMI, she's talking. She gets it. I think she understands a lot. And you were here giving advice last time too, Mrs. TMI, and I appreciate your insight. I need that. I need that kind of grounded feminine approach with the energies because it helps. And I've been that way myself. I was closed off. I had events happen that opened me up. Most men, that does not happen. Okay. I was the exception, not the rule. Because what happens is the woman gets frustrated, tries to pry the man open, the man gets frustrated, becomes avoidant, and it becomes more and more distant, usually because there was a father wound. There's like something going on, there's a father wound, and then there's, yeah. He was abused when he was younger, I see it now. And that's awful that happened, but what usually happens is that if you were abused when you were younger, that's hard to deal with. I get that that's hard to deal with, but you try to work with it. You try to understand it a little bit more, and you try to see where that pain is. You try to understand the place where it's coming from. It doesn't give him a free pass. Empath here as well. You are welcome. Yes. Thank you. Just because someone's had a difficult childhood doesn't give them a free pass to bleed all over you with their wounds. Because something tells me, Angela, that you've worked on yourself and you've worked on stitching yourself up, even though you've been through a lot. But he hasn't. He still comes over and reaches over and the blood drips on you. And I feel like that's not fair. A relationship to me is three things. You have one individual, you have another individual, and then you have the people united as a whole. And you have the individual that's growing, the other individual is growing, and then the relationship grows because people are working through situations, traumas, things together. But you don't deserve that. I feel like you're past that point, Angela. And that's probably not what you wanted to hear, but I do feel like you're, well, you know, I feel like that's something you can remedy in time, but a lot of this stuff happens. A lot of this stuff just kind of happens. But this to me is a life lesson, and I feel, in my opinion, I feel like you're done learning it. I feel like you're ready to step onto something else. And I think you understand that, because when you messaged me, you said, I'm not sure about my relationship. You knew before I said anything. The only thing I'm doing is affirming what you already know, because something happened. That spark is probably fading. Things are happening where it's hard for you to let things go and move on because there's so much stuff that's piled up over time. How can you move on? How can you go when you can't mention things that have happened in the past, or you can't address things that have happened with someone who's rational and stable? If I get in a fight with my girlfriend, I'm mad, I'm upset for a few hours. I go down there, we talk it out. I apologize. She apologizes. We work together as a couple. Okay. I've had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm doing okay today. Tonight I'm doing good. It's been very very generous today. So in fact, all I've been doing is okay. Wow, Alexandra, thank you so much. Jeez. $25. Thank you, Alexandra. That was incredibly generous. Thank you so much. And we will definitely get to your question here. Wow, that's awesome. He shuts down, but I think there is a temper there. I noticed today. The reason, and I still am from time to time. I just passing through to tell you how great. Okay, just passing through to tell you a long conversation, and I don't know why, but I wanted to thank you because you helped me to understand his situation. So God bless. Oh, Alexander, thank you. That's so sweet. Wow, thank you guys. You okay? Everyone's being so nice. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. Um, So, and Angela, everyone, give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom. Give me 1 second, okay? And thank you, everybody, for being so sweet. I appreciate that. I'm coming right back. I promise. Just give me 1 second here. Okay. So, Kelly, you can message me here. Well, actually, you can just do it here. Let me do this for you. That's my email address, and you can message that to get to get answers on your questions. So, yeah, you're very welcome, Kelly, and thank you for reaching out and for just being awesome. I appreciate you, and I appreciate everyone that's been on here. So, thank you, guys. Okay, so he shuts. Okay, Let me explain it to you like this, Angela, and then I'm going to go on to the next person here. Nana, are you still there? It's been a minute since you donated. Because I'm going to just address this. It is not your job to pry open a man so that they can express themselves. It's not. I know you feel like maybe you can help, and I'm sure your intentions are incredible. I do not doubt that even slightly, but it's not your job. You've made it something. You've made it your job to try and get expression out of something that's stone, and it's not your job. Your job is to heal yourself. Your job is to focus on yourself and those in your immediate vicinity, like your daughter and those people that can use your help and need your help. But this energy is different. This is something I feel like when the time comes, you'll feel like there's a point of separation and things will get easier from there. That's what I'm feeling. It's not your job to express a man's emotions. It's a man's job to express a man's emotions. His own emotions, okay? If the shoe was on the other foot, you could see how that dynamic looks. If he was coming up to you and he was giving you the same behavior, think about that. Put you and him in opposite roles and tell me if that's something you would stand for. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, Nana. Okay, so I'm going to look at your question again, Nana, here. You've been waiting for a while, so I'm going to address your question. Let me grab it again. Let me go up here. Oh, you never. Okay. Nana, would you want to ask your question for me, please? And Angela, thank you so much for connecting. I'm going to go through here so I can do this, but I do appreciate the energy you provided, and you're worth more than your weight in gold, okay? You got this. 100%. So Nana, ask your question, and we'll go from there, okay? All right, here we go. Wait a minute. Hey, Christina H. Happy birthday. It's going to be my birthday tomorrow, so we're almost birthday twins. Why is JZP upset with me? Okay, Nana, let's look at what we can get here. Okay. Just like and subscribe, Christina, and we can do that. Just 1 second here. I got to look at something. So Sheena, you donated again a very generous amount of money. Thank you so much. Or Mrs. TMI. Mrs. TMI. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so bad at that. Okay. Little tired. It's been almost 5 hours, so sorry about that. Mrs. TMI, thank you so much again for everything. I just appreciate that so much. Let's focus on Nana's question here. And Mrs. TMI, do you have a question? When it comes to you, if you have a question, then I'm so fortunate. You guys are amazing. I just okay. Nana's question. Nana's question. Yeah, Christina, you are able to sub and yeah, you get a question for sure. The free list is kind of long. It's just been paid readings this whole time. It's almost been 5 hours. So the free readings, I might have to, because I'm logging off at 5, unless I haven't addressed my paid readings all the way, in which case I'm giving everyone what they, you know, would want. They don't just pay and I leave. But sit down, grab a seat, see how I interact with people. I am just fine with that. Just fine. Okay. Why is JZP upset with me? So let's do this. So door to spirit and door to personal healing and happiness right here. So, and the door to personal healing and happiness is in reverse. And so, ooh, okay, okay. Thank you, Mrs. TMI. You're the bomb. Everybody, well, I probably shouldn't say that online. You are an explosive device. That works. That's more viewer friendly. We will definitely look at that. We will definitely look at that. So for Nana, door to spirit and door to personal healing and happiness in reverse. So Nana, are you going through something? Do you feel like you've been going through kind of a dark night of the soul, spiritual awakening kind of situation? I feel like there's some different energy going on here, and I feel like this person possibly doesn't like you in that way during this connection. I'm feeling like this person doesn't know how to handle you, and I feel like you're becoming more empowered. That's kind of a sense that I'm getting. Well, thank you, Christina. That's awesome. We will address that. I'll put you on the list. The paid readings do get priority. I'm catching up with the paid readings now, so grab yourself a seat, and I'll put you here. List, and we can go from there. We have Nana, and then we have Wanda Nunes, and then we have Sheena, Mrs. TMI. So we have a little bit here to get through. I'll try and get through them. So I'll stay. If anyone pays now, I will stay and answer the question. And I can't help it when people come on and they pay. You do tarot readings, Nana. Okay. So this, I feel like, is intimidating to this person. I feel like there's a sense of this person not feeling secure. That's what I'm feeling, Nana. So you can tell me this right now. Is this an insecure person? Is this someone who has issues in that way? Do they have emotional instability? Do you feel that with this person? Thank you so much, Christina. I'll put you on the paid list now. I'll put you here. Thank you. Tonight, people have been unbelievably generous. It's going to be a little bit more Wanda, after Nana's reading, then it's yours. Okay, I'm sorry it's been taking a minute, and thank you for being patient. I'm not leaving without answering your question. Do not worry. But I just appreciate everyone's patience. What happens is when someone pays me for a reading, or even if it's the free reading, we haven't gotten to the free readings tonight. I don't know if we will, but when someone pays me, I spend time on their question. I make sure everything is answered, hopefully. Okay, so that's what I'm feeling. So Nana, we're just friends, but you feel he hides stuff from you. Thought I saw the moon out there. I'm feeling that too. When I see the door to personal healing and happiness, I feel like it's in reverse. I feel like this person doesn't know how to wish other people well. I feel like this person could be envious, and this person has kind of a darker side. And I say darker, but I mean he has a side that's unexpressed. I feel like this person puts on airs and he acts a certain way. I feel very few people know who this person is, actually. I get a sense that this person's more about maybe an image, or maybe maintaining that kind of image. I feel like there's some genuineness there too, in a way, but it feels like there's a lot of stuff that's kind of blocking that connection, so to speak, if that makes sense. But I can look at the true love cards here, and I can look and see what's going on there. So give me just a second here. And then we're on to, so I'm just going to, I'm going to move this over. I'm going to put everyone that's paid on a list here so that I got things a little bit more. I have you guys organized, but things happen in kind of an unusual way, in an amazing way. But I just got to put things down again. So we have Wanda. Then we have, okay, we have Wanda. Then we have Mrs. TMI. And then we have Christina. Okay, perfect. And Christina. Okay. So is that making sense so far, Nana? I was going to draw a couple more cards here just to kind of see, but that to me feels like what's going on. The person feels threatened by a woman's progress in, I feel like he feels threatened by progress from a woman that I feel like is more prone to take charge, or more prone to do that. So I feel like this person likes people that aren't necessarily as sure of themselves. Hopefully everyone can someone type something so I know the chat's not frozen. Oh, perfect. Okay. I thought the chat froze. That happened my last live, and so I was freaking out there a little bit. Right. Okay. So to me, that's what I feel like his energy is. The friends with benefits part is perfect. Right. So to me, I feel like if you want to, I would get rid of that connection, because I don't feel it progressing any further than that. And I honestly feel like it's going to be something where the more personal power you start to build up within yourself, the more this person is either going to struggle with you, or they're just going to ghost you, because they're going to be tired of you reminding them of things they cannot do. That's the kind of impression that I get, is this person's energy is like they kind of came in at a point maybe where you were feeling lower, or maybe where you were feeling weak, and they liked that energy. And now that there's more of a personal power building up, that's what I feel. I feel he will cause drama eventually with this connection, because the friends with benefits thing, I feel like it's benefiting him. Yeah, Toto, Liz did leave. She left about 11:30. She left about an hour ago, my friend. But that's kind of what I'm feeling, Nana. So, I mean, it's up to you what to do. But to me, the cards are saying you're growing spiritually. Things are happening for you. I feel like you're listening to the call of the universe more. And this person's energy, I feel like, comes in when you're feeling more low. And then I feel like now you're starting to feel better. You're starting to feel more assured. And I feel like this connection is going to become more tenuous. It's going to become harder to contain. At least, that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. But because again, I feel like you're working on yourself. If you're a tarot reader, you've probably done some work on yourself. You've probably gone out there and lifted yourself up by your bootstraps, and you let yourself become better, not bitter. This person, I feel like, has a tendency to stay towards a lower vibration at this point in time, and it's not your job to lift that person up. If he wants to be that way, that's just kind of what I'm feeling. So hopefully that kind of helps answer the question. Wants all of you and appreciate your success. If you win, we win. Build and help each other together. There we go. Mrs. TMI's got it. Definitely she has got it. There we go. So Nana, did that address your question? Okay, so Wanda, you're coming right up. So hopefully we have a little bit of time to focus on your question. You've been waiting for a minute. Thank you for the wait. I will go to you here. And I know you said no pressure. I want to give you something. And I don't want you to leave. If you paid, I want you to get something out of that. So let me address that for you. Oh no, Wanda, you are good. You're so good. You've been waiting for a minute. Okay, I think I need to hurry up my reading a little bit. I get a little too involved. But you're fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not taking it the wrong way. I wasn't taking it like you're being passive aggressive and you're like tapping your watch. I'm taking it like I'm taking my time, but I also need to be professional and I need to do this. So, and yeah, Nana, boss lady, find someone who can handle that shit. Find someone who can. And now I will go on to Wanda here. And you didn't hurry me up, Wanda. Don't worry about that. But I will address your question here. So let me go back up. I'm going to copy and paste so that I have it. Okay. There we go. There we go. Miss TMI gets it. Absolutely. Okay. That a few years ago, so it might sound weird to ask you this, but I want to know why he was in such a state of sadness and self-destruction. Could you give me some answers? Thank you. Okay. Let's look at that. So when you say sadness and self-destruction, to me that means that the advancement of the self kind of stopped, right, Wanda? Did this person stop trying to learn new things? Did this person kind of settle in sort of where they were at and they just sort of kind of lied there? Is that kind of what I'm getting? Let's see. We'll look at the emotional state here. I'll actually see if I can get something. Let's do it more mediumistically. Yes, he was an alcoholic. You too, Nana. Thank you so much for stopping by the channel. I really appreciate your energy, and you've got this, girl. You got this. Where's my pen? There it is. Yes, he was an alcoholic. Okay, so alcoholic, there's a need for, okay. A need for the substance. Generally speaking, when someone has alcoholism, it is because they're avoiding emotions. And let's look at that a little bit deeper though. So let me see what I can get here. How do you, Wanda, if you could spell his name phonetically, because I don't want to say it wrong. I don't want to say his name wrong. If you could spell it phonetically for me, then I can pronounce it correctly. Yeah, Mrs. TMI, I wish I could help mine too. It's generally avoiding emotion that happened when we were children. I've always said this, tough love is soft hate, right? And to me, that's kind of what can turn us into, when we drink or when we try to escape reality in different ways, that's kind of what can help accelerate that process. Okay, so let me see what I can get here. That's what I'm trying to think. If it's, yeah, I'm just curious if how you say the name, because if I'm going to try to connect with him mediumistically, I want to say his name right. But I can also kind of see what I can get otherwise. One of the first things I heard was the word wretch, which to me, I feel like, did this person have trouble dealing with feminine energy? Maybe a mother wound there, because I'm feeling like there's probably something happening with a lot of feminine energy. Maybe this person didn't trust women. Is something I could feel. Okay, so are you okay? Here we go. Okay, and it's Olivia. Olivia, am I saying that right? Yeah, there's some definite trauma there. Absolutely. Okay, Olivia. Yeah, I'm sorry too. That's a difficult thing to go through, especially for him to go through. So he didn't have the ability to express his emotions before that happened. And then after it happened, he had even less of an ability to express those emotions. Those are big emotions. And he didn't have the ability to express that because I feel like he wasn't in touch with his emotional side. So how can you express grief over losing a loved one to suicide? If you're not emotionally capable of expressing small things, it's going to be hard to express bigger things. Does that make sense, Wanda? Okay. Did your dad believe in psychics and mediums when he was alive, Wanda? Right. Exactly, Christina. Exactly. Okay. January 6th. Okay. Does when we're talking about the emotional expression here, does that make sense to you, Wanda? Olivia. Yeah. Okay. Olivia. Olivia. Absolutely, and it can come from narcissistic abuse. Narcissistic abuse is a huge underlying factor from the family of origin. So, that can be it too, I think. Okay. Olivia. Okay. So Wanda, did he believe in psychics and mediums when he was alive? Did he believe in the other side, so to speak? Was he religious? Did he believe in the other side? Or what did he think of spiritual things? Because it does to me seem like it stems from a lot of it stems from emotional or lack of emotional expression. And then tragic events happened, which further made him lose his already non-emotional self even further. And then drinking mutes the thoughts. Drinking makes it so the thoughts go away. It's a form of escape. Just like any other addiction, it's a form of escape. Escape from the mental, escape from that kind of world. And something that's coming through from, I feel like something that's coming through from spirit, so from your father to here, is I feel like there's, okay, so what I was feeling was the first thing I feel like I heard him say was, I don't know how this works, which to me was funny, because he's doing it but he doesn't know how it works. But one thing that I feel like is self-love with this person. I feel like this person had a hard time accepting themselves and they drank to do something. Well, thank you, Christina. I appreciate that. I definitely do appreciate that. And I can't do them for myself either. I'm a little biased in how my story turns out. You know what I mean? I'm a little biased I'm invested in the main character a little too much. But yeah. It does feel to me, Wanda, there's a self-love issue going on there. This person's form of right. He knew it was a form of self-destruction, absolutely. So that's something, it's self-sabotage, it's self-detrimental. This person doesn't know how to stop though. And so it creates this kind of energy. Right. Right, Christina. That's how it is. And generally the people that become alcoholics like this, That's what I was saying. So Wanda, that's exactly what I was saying. He came from a family and there's wounds. So his family, when he was younger, he felt the need to escape from a young age. And generally, if it's alcoholism, it can be the mother wound. And the mother wound is one of the biggest wounds in psychology that you can deal with. And that, to me, that's what I mentioned at first, was that he came from a family where things were messed up. Narcissistic family, a family of origin that was not accepting, or that was telling him constantly to. You can't explain why, but you're absolutely sure about that. You're using your intuition, Wanda. You don't have to explain it. You do not have to explain it. I think your father could also be giving you parts of the story too. If you just know it, if you feel like that's what's going on, then trust that. There we go. Yeah, absolutely, Christina. So that's something that we can have moving forward if there's a sense there. I'm feeling like the curtain for you is being lifted. Wanda, have you had contact with your father? Do you feel like you're seeing signs, or do you have anything that comes through from your father as a possibility, like synchronicities or signs or anything? Because I think Wanda, you've got it. That's awesome, Wanda, or that's awesome, Christine. That's awesome. I love that. Yep, I did. Wow, that's awesome. That's rare too. There we go. Right there, Wanda. That's it right there. The narcissistic mother wound. That's exactly what we were talking about. That will cause so much damage. A narcissist is the equivalent, in my opinion. It's like in The Walking Dead. When you have the walkers, you have the zombies. That's a narcissist. They'll do anything they can to get that supply. It doesn't matter if they eat and it literally falls out their stomach, because they just want to eat to eat. They want to consume, and that energy is what gives them that sense of validation. A narcissist will ruin people. And your father probably grew up in a time where he had to stay connected. You see, isn't that, as soon as I said connected, you said connected. So that's something that he had to stay connected to that energy, because back then you didn't just write off your mother. You didn't just say, I'm going to go no contact. You stayed in that family, and then the siblings stayed there too, and things happened to them because they weren't allowed to express themselves. They weren't allowed the freedom of expression that other people got, and that's tragic. That's tragic, but that's what a narcissist does. They put doubt in you. They instill all the wrong things at all the right times, because they're like the opposite of a psychic. A narcissist is the opposite of a psychic, because instead of giving you healing energy, they take away what you have already healed. They take away and they kind of undo the seams. And to me, that's what this person was doing. This mother figure. To me, that's not a mother. That's a monster. That's not a. That's anyway. Starting to get a little worked up, a little angry, because that's just not right. But yeah, so you've got it right. Someone like that will lead to avoidant natures. I will, Christina, thank you. But someone like that will develop avoidant natures in themselves. So when they become avoidant, then when they have children and the children try to reach out and try to love the parental figure doesn't know how to give that energy back. Again, the family of origin narcissistic mother wound is one of the biggest wounds you can have. It is detrimental and it is awful. And that will create trauma for generations. And it's our job to heal that. Hi, Andrea. Let me see here. So Wanda, is that making sense? So you're down the list of ways, Andrea, but what I'll do is I will read I'll read everybody else. If no one else comes in with a paid reading, I'll read everyone else, and then I'll go to your question. Fusional, kind of. Would you say there was a? Okay, now I have to reevaluate. Are you a native English speaker, Wanda? You're probably using English as a second language, and if you are, you're really good. But and I also could be wrong. Fusional is. Are you talking about codependency? There can be that with a parental figure. There can be codependence. Like your father would rely on you for certain tasks, and then you would sort of get something from that connection, but it wasn't necessarily a normal father-daughter bond. It's kind of like a little different, maybe. And thank you for your patience, Andrea. I know I take a minute, but you are a native English. Okay, never mind then. So fusional, I'm thinking you're thinking of the word like codependence. Or what? I was just curious because you were using the word like you said fusional and you put it in quotation marks, and you said you're not sure that word exists. I feel like if you were native, it would be, you know. I'm just kind of going off what you're giving me here. This part isn't psychic. I was just reading into something there. So the best thing we can do though now, because the family of origin, the narcissistic mother wound, that's kind of carried on to you in a way, Wanda. And I'm hoping that you're getting the closure, and I'm hoping that you're getting the support that you need in your life now so that you can make sense of this, because this whole dynamic can come to an end in your lineage, in your lifetime, by you healing these kinds of wounds. You know, that's something that's really important, is to heal the damage that's kind of been done. You know, that's what I'm feeling is going to be an important step for you, is healing. And I feel like what happened with your father, what happened with everyone else, none of that was even close to being your fault, right? And because of that, I feel like you're on the right path, but let's see. No, you're good, Wanda, you're good. I know what you mean. In my opinion, soulmates, you can have familial soulmates, you can have, soulmates that are lovers and all that, but a family soulmate is kind of like you give something to each other, you help make each other better. But I feel like somewhere down the road, your father stopped trying to do better, and that affected your connection with him because you saw him deteriorate. You saw something happen in him. No, they don't have to be relationship based. That limits the scope of it. A soulmate is anyone who kind of comes in and we can learn lessons from. I mean, there's different versions, but that's what I believe. This is a bigger wound. This is kind of a big wound, and it's going to take time to heal. But Wanda, I think you're on your way. There's a lot here though. Okay, so what we just said, not being able to emotionally express himself. I'll see if I can get some messages from him. Okay, I'll do my best to do that for you. Hi, Emil or Emily. I'm not sure how you say your name. If you want, you can like and subscribe, and you can be added to the free list. I'm probably not going to be doing a bunch of those. You're right, Wanda. I can't. You're probably going through a tremendous amount of grief, and I'm sorry that's the case. In which case, I'll see if I can get some messages from him. We can do a little bit of energy healing at the end if you would be open to that. I would have my guides send you energy to help you with this, and then we can go from there. But let's see what I can get from him, and then let's go into that. But know that we're here with you. There's a community here, and we'll get you the information you need. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Christina. Okay, so my heart's feeling heavy. I'm feeling that. I mean, the liver would probably have something to do, but was it a heart attack that he passed from? And then I'm getting something with the bronchial. Did he have any throat issues? Bronchial, I think that's throat. I'm not sure. Or did he have any issues breathing up until that point? I felt something in the bronchial part. I felt maybe there could have been pneumonia, or maybe there could have been something to do with the heart. But it feels like that's kind of what I was feeling there. And then as I connect with this, with Olivia, right? As I connect with him, I get a sense of sadness, right? There's a sadness here. Not expressing everything that I was, not knowing how to express everything that I was. I wanted to, though, but I didn't know how to. Thank you, Emil. I appreciate that. I'll put you on the list here. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, blocked expression, but this feels like it's sick. I feel like I'm sick. Thank you, Mrs. TMI, for helping me with that. Thank you. Doing these connections, I need to, right? Okay, so Wanda, are you still there? Can you take any of that? Can you take possible heart issues or possible trouble breathing, maybe relating to pneumonia? I'm not sure, but I felt like there was something blocking my bronchial tubes or my pathway here. If not, that's okay. I feel like this person felt joy with the family, but then that was harder for them as time went on. But I feel like this person is happy when they're around family. I feel like your father was happier around family. So there is that. There's a sense of love. There's a sense of connection here. I feel like a quivering pace in my throat, and I feel like I'm connecting. And I get the sense that this person wanted to be very expressive, but they just didn't feel like they could. It's just like I live in two worlds. I feel like if sorry guys, give me a second. Hold on. Okay. Are you there, Wanda? Can you take any of what I'm saying? If not, that's fine. But I definitely get the sense of what I'm connecting with. And thank you, Amela, for your donation. Okay. I don't know where Wanda is. Hopefully she comes back. See if I can get anything else here. Yeah, there's a lot of expression. There's a lot of things that need to be expressed through this person. Well, in case Wanda comes back, I'll just kind of lay out what I'm getting. I'm hearing the term buddy over and over again. Maybe that's what he called Wanda. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a word he used to call people, but I'm feeling the word buddy. I get the sense of someone who tried to do right by people, but could have been in a cirrhosis, aneurysm, rupture. So that's to deal with the liver, I'm sure. Okay. Oh, it's spleen. Okay, never mind. I was thinking, okay, I guess that's not with the liver. That's with something else. That's with the spleen. Okay. Okay, would you say, Wanda, that with your father, I was getting an energy here, and it was okay. Okay. Was there anything to do with okay, so Wanda, was he someone that tried his best with people? Like, I feel like this person had integrity and they were honest, but he was smoking. Okay. Okay, so that's where the throat issues could have come in as well. Did he have pneumonia before he passed? Was there anything to do with pneumonia or trouble breathing? Something with the throat? Okay. So, and then my stomach was hurting too, and I'm wondering if he had a dog. Maybe a dog named Buddy, or maybe something to go with that Buddy comment I had earlier. But I'm wondering if there was a dog or if there was an animal companion with this person. Um, Okay, he was smoking a lot, coughing a lot. Okay, so that explains the throat. That explains that issue. It felt like pneumonia. It felt like my bronchial tubes were affected. It felt like it was a big, yeah, okay, so that explains it. If the dog connection doesn't make sense, that's okay. The word buddy came into my head, and that was something I feel like either this person called people buddy in your language or something like that. Yeah, bronchitis. It didn't feel like it was it felt like it was, yeah, I was going to say bronchitis, but it felt like it was affecting the tubes more, the bronchial, I think they call them the bronchial tubes. So that's what I was feeling there. I feel like, was your father someone who was loyal? That's what I keep getting. I feel like this person was an honest person, or they tried to do their best with people. That's what I'm feeling with this person. There you, yeah, trachea. There we go. I feel like this person, I feel like your father enjoyed things that were beautiful, possibly in nature. I almost felt like I was looking up at the aurora borealis, or I was looking up at the lights. And I know I have this in the background, but I saw that without seeing this. But that's what I was feeling. And then I'm getting a sensation of pain in my arm here. So I'm wondering if there was arthritis or if there was anything to do with him getting older, where there was stiffness in the joints or stiffness in the body as we got older. I'm feeling like I'm in an older body, so that's what I'm kind of trying to relay here. Possible back issues too. Um, I can sense that from him. I don't get anything other than this person tried to do the best they could, but they suffered in silence, and they didn't know how to reach out for help. They didn't know what to do to get that. They didn't know it was an option. Has nothing to do on you or anyone else. He didn't know how to open himself up in that way. He was there for other people, but he wasn't there for himself. He didn't know how to be. It's easier to be there for other people, is what I'm hearing him say. It's easier to be there for others. It's hard to be there. It's hard to be there for yourself. That's what I'm getting here. Very kind person. Hey, Y-Ban. It's going to be a second here. I'm going on 5.5 hours. So if I get to you, I get to you. If I don't, I don't. And I'm really sorry. But I'm live on Wednesday and Friday as well. So I'm just letting you know ahead of time. So hopefully you can understand that. I'm sorry, my friend, if that's the case. I've been streaming for a while. Yeah, I've been on here for a minute. But I keep getting really incredible people coming on and being very generous with their money and helping me to do this. And so it's kind of my way of saying thank you. Everyone's been so amazing. So I just want to give that back. Everyone's been really good. But that's what I feel, Wanda. It's right. Okay, he died because of his. No, it isn't. Thank you, Ivan. I appreciate that. It isn't good to be too generous because then they don't give anything to themselves, right? Is that what you mean, Wanda? If you're too generous, you don't give anything to yourself. You don't take away any energy that's yours. It's easier to give it to other people, but your father from an early age felt like he couldn't get it back. So what he would do is incessantly give and give and give, but there was nothing in return for him at the end of the day. That seems like a good idea sometimes, but he didn't understand what love of the self was. He didn't understand that that was something. And I'm sure you could have told him he was kind or he was generous, and he'd probably be like, oh, he didn't necessarily want that. He wanted to help people. Right. They were. I feel like there was a lot of that going on. But that's where this comes from. He wasn't able to heal. He wasn't able to focus on his own stuff because he made other people a priority in his own life. And because of that, he never had to focus on his emotional side. He didn't know how to. And I feel like he was probably told from an early age that you can't cry, that you can't express yourself that way. And so the only emotions he probably had were either happiness or anger or just being quiet, because he wasn't told how to express himself in other ways necessarily. Then that's something you can work on. You can work on establishing a sense of self-esteem so that you don't necessarily have to deal with the same things he did. Stand up and say to yourself that you're important. You're not more important than other people, but you're just as important as other people. And that's important. That's something that needs to be said and needs to be done. Wanda, there's something there, okay? And thank you, Christina. I appreciate that. But know, Wanda, that he's in a better place, and he's there with you, and he's going to help you, and he's going to be there. And just like me and Christina said, basically at the same time, I think he'll show himself to you. And I feel like he shows himself sometimes in the way a candle burns, or sometimes in the way a fire crackles. I feel like there's a sense of spirituality with fire or with flames. That's kind of a connection that I feel with him. And right. And those are trust issues, Wanda, that eventually you can heal if you want to. But I feel like that's kind of where the wounds are, right? So if we focus on healing ourselves, healing those wounds, we can honor him in the same way. Thank you, Mrs. TMI. You're very sweet. Thank you so much. But yeah. Christina's awesome. She's been doing really good. Really good. Okay, Wanda, hopefully that helped give you a little bit of closure with that. And I'm going to thank your father for coming in and speaking with me. And no, and you shouldn't stop it. If the message is coming in, give them. Well, I mean, don't do it if you're in a grocery store or don't do that. But if the message comes in and it's in the appropriate setting, then do it. You're fine. Christina, you're okay. Don't worry about it. Okay. I appreciate your contribution, Wanda, and I'm going to go to the next person here. Hopefully that's okay. Just know that I'm just going to leave you with this, Wanda. Your father loves you, and he wants you to do the best you can do with what you have. And I feel like, again, you'll see signs of his presence and how he chooses to present himself. I do feel like it's flames. I feel like there's a sense of the flames flickering. But that's something that I feel like will be left up to you. His presence is there, and he wishes you a healing journey. And I feel like he wants you to accomplish what he could not. And that's to break kind of the generational trauma cycle, which in time can be broken, but it takes time, it takes effort to learn how to be there for ourselves instead of just being there for other people. So, yeah. Okay, so Mrs. TMI. That's a good one too, Christina. Very good. I appreciate that. So let's see, Miss TMI. I'll look at your question again. Well, it's okay. Would you mind copying and pasting so that I can see it? Hi, Egyptian Goddess. Thank you for being a new subscriber. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I've almost been live for 5.5 hours. So if I don't get to you, there is a list, and it's a long list, and I feel bad. And I do appreciate the subscription. I'm probably not going to be able to get to any of the free readings tonight, except for Andrea, because she has been very patient. But I'm going to do these paid readings, and then I'm going to go do Andrea's reading, and then I think I'm going to be good. Thank you very much, my friend. So you can come, you can stay here for the remainder, but you can also come back on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Moon, honey, you should get some sleep if you can. Okay, thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Egyptian Goddess, you have an awesome evening. And thank you for the subscription. Even if you take it back, that's okay too. You can come in later and be like, I subscribed. But anyway, I digress. So, Mrs. TMI, let's see. My question is about someone that just contacted me earlier. His name is Andre in Aquarius. I'm wanting to know if he is really sincere with liking and affection for me. So let's look at that. Let's look at that. Just give me 1 second, because I'm just gonna. I'm sorry, Wanda. I'm sorry that's I'm sure, knowing your family history, I'm sure a lot of things have happened to you too. I wouldn't doubt that. I would say if you can, my personal belief is if you can reach out and get some help in those ways, I feel like that would be beneficial for you in kind of your time of need. All I do, I'm just a medium. I'm just a medium. I feel like maybe there could be someone else that could help you with that, And I'm sorry that's something that that you're going through. I am very sorry for that. But you'll get all the love from me and from other people on this channel here. And I'm hoping you do stay around and you continue to focus on healing, even though I know it's difficult sometimes. But let me see what I got for I'm sorry to hear that, Wanda. I agree with Christina. Absolutely. Absolutely, Christina. Very well said. So, okay. Aquarius. Feelings with Aquarius. Yeah, shadow work for sure. Absolutely. Okay. Let's see. What are his intentions towards you? What are his intentions towards you? Okay, so Mrs. TMI, I get right. I get soulmates in reverse. Thank you, Christina, for the reminder. I get soulmates in reverse, and then I get the distorted feminine right here. So I feel like this person could have more of a player energy. You're feeling like something's not right with this person, kind of how he came in. And the reason why I feel like you feel things aren't right is this person trying to move things along fairly quickly. Is it kind of like, you don't know me, but you want to, now you do? Is it kind of quick? Because you said it shocked you, the connection, the way it kind of came in. Okay. So this person is trying to, in my opinion, when I see soulmates in reverse, distorted feminine, this person's trying to get you to a place where you're off balance and you're kind of in shock, which is what you're going through. And then from there, they can kind of take a little bit of energy. So I don't feel that this connection is necessarily positive. I'll draw a couple more cards here, but to me, this person's energy feels like there's an agenda. It feels like there's an agenda here. So let's move into that. What is the agenda for this person, for Andre? What's the agenda that he has? Because Mrs. TMI, you seem like you know what's going on. And I feel like the only way to catch you off guard is to come in quick and fast and to kind of not give you time to think. Because I feel like you know what's going on. So this person comes in and kind of pushes you off balance, and then you're left like wobbling, and you're like, whoa, that's kind of what I'm feeling with this energy. Yes, Christina has a very good point. Men always do this with me, so you're aware of the game. I'm sorry, Wanda. I'm sorry that you're going through that. Hopefully work can help you with this, or at least kind of put things in a different perspective for you. Again, I am sorry that's what you're going through. It does sound very difficult, and I wish you the best. And I know everyone else on the channel wishes you the best too. All right, true intentions for Andre. This is what he's meant to help you with, Mrs. TMI. To help you with your boundaries, even though he's knocked you off course. But I feel like he's attracted to you because of your inner peace, but not because he respects it, but because he wants a piece, so to speak. Maybe that's a little TMI for you, but that's what I'm feeling here. So you know what to do with this. You've already been through this situation, okay? And honestly, if I look at that, inner peace turns into in her peace, right? And basically, I feel like it's just like Christina said, an energy vampire, someone trying to reach out, possibly when you're not feeling necessarily energetically very high vibrational, or maybe you're feeling really good and this person came in which case, you know, there's a few things to consider there too. But I feel a sense of, you know what's going on. You have been called the light before. Well, here's a little secret. Vampires don't like the sunlight. So keep shining even brighter and you'll make sure to get rid of them, okay? You're on your way, and I feel like this is just a lesson kind of coming back and coming into play, but that's what I'm feeling here for you, Mrs. TMI. So I feel like you got this. I feel like you kind of understand the game. But that's what I'm feeling here. I don't feel that the intentions are well received, let me put it that way, and especially when it comes in fast and strong, so to speak. Okay. Hello, May. So basically right now, you guys, I am going to be closed for business. I'm going to read the rest of my readings, and then I think I am just going to head to bed. It's been a minute since I've been online. So I appreciate all the new people stopping by. You guys can subscribe and like. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 8 p.m. And apparently I've been going over 5 hours each time. So you guys can catch me. You're very welcome, Mrs. TMI. But let's address your question. Christina, would you want to ask your question for me, please? Again, I know you've already put it out there, but can you maybe post that again? Okay, you want to know what's going on with your connection with Cancer J. We have been struggling with our connection the past few months. Okay, so I've got the True Love cards here. I'm just going to give those a shuffle, and we'll see what we get, okay? And thank you, Mrs. TMI, for always lifting up the energy of the connection. You've been on 2 of my lives now, and every time you come on, it's awesome. You bring a grounded sense of energy, and I love it. So, and Yeah, I just appreciate that. And you've been helping the channel too, so I also appreciate that. So, all right, let's do this. Okay. Let's focus on what's going on with your Cancer J. Well, I'll just thank each other. Thank yous all around. It's always good. I couldn't be doing this if you guys weren't awesome and allowed me to do this. We're creating an environment where vulnerability is becoming normal, and I appreciate that. Right, right. It sounds to me like, Christina, you already know the answer. Let's look though. Let's look together. So, what's going on with Christina's connection with her Cancer J? What's going on with that connection? So I get luminosity, so shining bright. I get resolving conflict, and then I get sexual freedom right here. So there's a lot of energy here. There's a lot of energy. But what I feel is going on here is that these are the things you're doing. These 3 cards are yours. I'm going to draw cards for him now. I feel like you want to be that person. You want to reach out. You want to help heal this person. You want to liberate people. You want to do that. You're a healer, okay? That's something you want to do. Yeah, this one coming up. How the cards go, right? But his energy, let's focus on his energy. So I'll draw 3 more cards, and we'll see what we get. So his energy is, okay, yep. Okay, so underneath luminosity, for him, we get yin and yang in reverse. Okay, that's you, the healer, absolutely. The yin and yang in reverse is this person, let me put it this way. This person pushes when they should pull. This person gives when they should take, or they take when they should give. I feel like this person's upside down in a lot of ways of how they handle things. And it can be more subtle, but I feel like there's other things going on. Under resolving conflict, thank you, LP. I appreciate that. I can't believe I'm still on either. Underneath resolving conflict, we have worthiness in reverse. And when I see that, to me, that says you go out, right? You go out, you solve the conflict. You go out and you do your thing, right? And this person is like, oh, but I'm not good enough. And I feel like that's kind of the dynamic. You're picking him up. You're kind of sweeping up the pieces behind him as he falls apart. And then you put him back inside of his head, you know, kind of a thing. It's like you're just like dumping him in. You're picking him up for him. And is he constantly berating himself? Is that something that's going on? So he's yes, I feel like he's self-sabotaging, absolutely. And then underneath the sexual freedom part, I get chivalry for him. And I feel like when you said, okay, you feel like he does it internally. So when I get this, though, he wants to appear like he has it all together, but I feel like you can see beyond that. When I see the worthiness in reverse underneath your resolving conflict, to me, it feels like he wants to stay kind of closed down, and then you reach more and more into his energy, and you're pulling more and more, and then it's like a 90-10 on percentage of relationship effort. You're putting in 90% of the work, and then he's maybe putting in 10, maybe. Yep, you did. Yep, see, you got it. Absolutely. So you know exactly what I'm talking about then. You know that this is something that the way it's going now, it cannot last forever. There's going to be a fizzle or a burnout, And I feel like it's going to be you burning out because you're trying so hard to help. And I don't feel like he's put in even half of the effort, even close to half of the effort that you've put in with him. If you were going through something and you were having a hard time, would he be there for you? Sometimes they can be there financially. Sometimes they can be there when there's a real crisis. But I'm talking about mundane, everyday problems, being overwhelmed, being fed up. Is he there for you? Is he someone that you can depend on if shit hits the fan, so to speak? Was it kind of like, well, was it kind of like the honeymoon phase, or have you guys been together for a while, or was this like a few months that you've been together? Like what happened? I'm curious. So then you're seeing his wounds come out, right? And the thing with that is, if you're seeing his wounds come out, 8 months. Okay, so there was a honeymoon phase, and I feel like 8 months is about. It's a little long for a honeymoon phase, but that can happen. So, but exposing your wounds is great, but is he doing it in a way where he's wanting help, or is he doing it in a way where you try and help him and he gets sharp with you, or he gets angry or kind of aggressive if you try to help him? Is he showing you a vulnerability and then you try and help and he's like, does he get upset? Some men are that way. They get upset that a woman can see their vulnerability, and so they mask even more. Okay, so we conduct as a family. Okay, I can understand that. We go after what we need to go after, so I can understand that. This though, you feel a connection with him. You feel that, and there's a family thing going on there. So if you want to, if he hasn't been anything other than he's exposing his wounds, okay. So let's go back a little bit. I tend to, yeah. So let's go back a little bit and let's kind of rewind. So he's showing you his wounds. He's showing you this. My advice would be, when he is showing you himself, I mean, obviously you're observing, you're listening. I think he gets intimidated by the fact that I'm pushing him outside of his comfort zone to be a better man. I think so too. I think that too. But you don't want to stand for the behavior either. So you're setting boundaries and you're trying to learn and you're trying to understand that. You're trying to understand what your role is in the relationship. And lately you probably feel like you're more of a prison warden than you are in a relationship. Like you're trying to maybe tell him how to do things or how to be better, and he's taking it as an insult. Or like you said, being intimidated. What are his current feelings? Okay, let's do that. Okay, Christina, let's do that. So what are his current feelings? That's good. So we get the Sacred Woman card. This is upright. So his current feelings are, I think he's trying to fill out your energy and he's trying to understand where you're coming from. So I feel like he does better if you show him through maybe action or maybe showing him kind of how you operate. I feel like he's trying to see you in a new light. I don't know if he's actually able to do it, but I feel like he's trying to understand where you're coming from. So that's good. There can be a connection there. I do feel like there's these wounds, and I feel like they're stopping him from seeing things how they actually are. LP, what I'm doing here is I'm going to address, and yeah, you are still on the list, but it just went into paid readings, and I've just been doing paid readings almost the whole time for almost 6 hours. So I'll probably catch you on the next one because, like I said, it's almost been 6 hours I've been live. I'm getting a little sleepy, so I'm thinking I'm going to call it good on the list, and I'm going to do Andrea's reading as the last like free reading because I promised her. But yeah, so maybe next time. Okay, thank you for understanding, LP. I appreciate that. I've just been going for a while, so. Whew. Okay, so okay. We're currently not communicating. Do you see reconciliation or communication coming in? And let's look at the final outcome. Yeah, let's look at the final outcome. Let's see what we can get here. Thank you, LP, for understanding. I appreciate that. Well, we can, if you want to, Wanda, we can try doing a session together. You can book that on my website, an energy healing session, and we can focus on just letting go of some of the pain and the stress that's been going on in your life. It's kind of a lot to go through, but you know, it's an hour, and if that's something you feel like you could do, we could try that. But you know, that's up to you if that's something you want to do. And that's private. If me and you were to do an energy healing, that's a private thing. I would be talking to you, you would be talking with me, and we would be feeling energies together and kind of focusing on that. So if that's something you'd want to do, you can look at my website and book an energy healing if that's something you'd like. So you let me know if that's something you'd want to do in the future, and we can go from there. Yes, you did pay, Emil. You will definitely get a reading today. I'm saying this to the other people that are coming in. You did pay, so you're good. You are good. So you said you're currently not communicating. Do you see reconciliation of communication coming in? So I see maturity in reverse. So to me, that's someone who is still acting a little bit like a child. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's just do it that way. Let's see what we got from the guides. Let me see. Give me just a second, Christina. Let me see what I can get here. Okay, when I'm focusing on his energy, I'm feeling a pulling away from my energy. So I feel like this person's, it feels guarded. I'm feeling a guarded energy here. I'm just going to ask though in my head, what does Christina need to know about this connection? moving forward? What does Christina need to know about this connection moving forward? So the first thing I get, Christina, is I feel like there can be something that's going to happen. It feels like I heard the word swiftly. So things will happen swiftly. Things will happen in a way that's going to be swift. So I'm feeling like within a week to 2 weeks, there could be a reach out for this person to try and make contact. The way they're going to do it, though, it's going to feel very shy from the person. I feel like they're going to reach out, but they're going to be very cautious with how they reach out. But I feel like they're working on themselves. When I got the maturity in reverse, this card here, it feels like they're resisting the work, but I do feel like they are trying to work on themselves, but it feels like they're putting a lot more effort in than they need to. They need to flow with it. They need to feel things and flow with that. And there's a tendency for this person to possibly, I feel like, overthink things or make things more difficult that are very simple. I feel like this person just needs to feel. Right. This person just needs to feel and not think they need to feel. They don't need to think about feeling, they need to feel. They don't need to think about thinking about feeling. Right. There you go. So you get this, you understand this, but I'm feeling like 1 to 2 weeks, there's going to be this person reaching out. Okay. So give it time and kind of see what happens. But he's going to be dipping his toes in again, but it's going to be a slower process. I feel like this person needs reassurance and it's a slower process. So give it time and let things kind of unfold. But that's what I'm feeling going into this process. He's still making sense of things in his head. And that's kind of going to be where he's going to be for a minute. But just let things kind of play out and see what happens that way. But that's what I'm feeling with the connection now, moving forward into the future. That's what I'm feeling. So hopefully that answers your question. And hopefully I can read. So does that help you, Christina? I think that's it. I think that's it on the outcome, is just give it some time and let's see what happens. I was saying 1 to 2 weeks, and I feel like the person could come back, but you got to give it some time. And if he does start coming back, or there's a semblance of him coming back, let it play out and see what happens. I feel like this person is spooked by strong women. That seems to be a theme on the channel tonight. But I do feel like eventually people that are meant to be in your life stay around. And if you're a strong woman, eventually you attract a strong man. So hopefully that's what this person turns out to be for you. Well, I'm thinking for now, Christina, if it's okay, because I've addressed a few questions with you. I'm thinking now I'm going to go on to Emil's question, and then I'm going to get ready for sleep, if that's okay. Hopefully you can understand that, because I did answer a few questions. So hopefully, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So Emil, do you have your question ready for me, my friend? I'll give you as much of my energy as is left. So go ahead and ask your question. And then I'll go to on. Okay, thank you, Christina. I appreciate that. Currently in no contact / breakup after a long bad period with TJ, both male energy. My question is whether a reconciliation in the future is possible with my manifestation with TJ. You're good. You're good. So you're wondering if there will be a reconciliation in the future, and to give you a timeline as a possibility. I'll see what I can do. When I say I'm using my energy, I don't mean I'm going to go and pass out. You know, I'm not going to do that. I'm just, you know, energy is a resource, not as a gauge for me to pass out from. So, but thank you for your kindness. I'll do my best here. Let's see what I can get. And thank you for being patient. I appreciate that. Okay, just making sure. Okay, so let's do this. So will reconciliation be possible? So here's what I get for you, Emil, right? I get boundaries in reverse. So reconciliation at this point in time is not possible. And what I'm feeling with this energy is a slow trickle kind of energy. So it's going to be a while before, I feel like before you even hear from this person in a way that's even remotely about the love interest or anything like that, I feel like it's going to be maybe I'm feeling like 1 to 3 years before we're going to hear something, because you both need to take a break. I don't feel like it's just him, and I don't feel like it's just you. I feel like there was some bad vibes. You wanted it to go well, you wanted things to be better, but there was bad vibes, and that needs to dissipate. Yeah, that needs to dissipate. It's going to be a while before you hear from this person, and if they come back, you're going to be in charge with that. But the boundaries thing absolutely is huge, because that's what we get here. Okay, boundaries in reverse. So this connection that you had with this person was meant to teach you about boundaries and teaching about establishing self-boundaries, what you will and wouldn't accept in a relationship. It's going to take you time to heal from that connection. During that time, you're going to rediscover yourself, and you're going to understand yourself better, and you're going to make it so that in a future relationship with anybody, that you're not going to stand for the same things you stood for this time. You're going to make it so that you're strong, and that there's a sense of pride, and that being with you means there's boundaries, there's rules, there's conditions. You are not unconditional. You're not someone that's a prize. You're someone that takes priority. And I feel like that's something that will happen in your new connection. But I do feel like it's going to be a while before you hear from this person again. So, and even if they come back or they try to come back, you will be in charge of if there's a connection or not. So that's what I'm feeling for you. So does that help you, Emil? Kind of answer the question? Awesome. Okay. Well, thank you for the donation, and I appreciate that. Your question was a little easier to answer, so that's why I didn't spend as much time on it. But I feel like you know what to do from here, and that's just heal. That's just focus on healing, focus on feeling what's going on in your heart, focus on releasing that which no longer serves you, which you're doing, and let things be. Don't rush the process. You're welcome, my friend. You're very welcome. And yeah. Okay, so I had Andrea on here. So Andrea, are you there? We get to finally answer your question. And hi, Anu. You can like and subscribe if you would like. But I'm doing this last reading, and then I am good for the night. It's been over 6 hours, so hopefully you understand that. I can't remember what sleep tastes like, guys. I can't remember. Andrea, are you there? I know it's been a minute since I told you I would do your reading for you, but I'm here now. If you're not, though, then I can catch you next time. I'm going to give you some time to answer, though. Oh, it's hard sometimes when you close your eyes to feel spirit's messages. Sometimes you just want to drift off. But I'm here now, and I'm just grateful. This was a really good live. So, well, thank you, Mrs. Tim. I appreciate that. I want to be a teacher. I want to be someone who helps people with this, and so um, hopefully I attract that vibe, and it seems like I am so far. So I'm very appreciative of that. But I think I'm going to call it good, you guys. Thank you so much for everyone who watched and for everyone that donated. And it was a lot. I just appreciate all the effort and care that everyone put in. And I will talk to you guys on Wednesday, which isn't that far away, honestly. So I will talk to you guys later. Take care, Mrs. TMI, everybody else, Emil, Christina, everybody. Take care. Love you guys. I will talk to you on Wednesday, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time is when I start, and I guess I end whenever. So, there's always that. So, everybody, thank you so much again, and I will talk to you guys later. Toodles.